Welcome everyone to the 135th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. It's Thursday, September 1st, 2016, and we'll start the workshop with the Rome promotional video.
Event in Rome on the 9th and 10th of September 2016. The Council looks forward to open interaction with the public at the event. Come interact with the Council in your spoken language. The Council encourages you to bring your positive suggestions and solutions to the table on how humanity can move forward as a whole towards everlasting peace. In this way, the work of the members of the Council will become the work of humanity for humanity. The full package price for a single ticket to the event includes 3-night stay in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Accommodations for this package is based on double occupancy. The full package price for 2 tickets to the event includes 3-night stay in a twin-bed room in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Additional night stay are offered at €150 per person per night. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending a single day of the event, the cost will be €200, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending both days of the event, the cost will be €400, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race event in Rome. Come share your positive solutions on how we can work together to bring everlasting peace to our world. Keshe Foundation Ghana, in association with Ghana Atomic Commission and Ghana Spaceship Institute, would like to invite you to attend the New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise in Spaceship Technology Conference, October 17th through 19th, 2016, in Ghana. Keshe Foundation Ghana's mandate is to build awareness and promote research into plasma technology. The Foundation is presently working with governmental institutions and other interest groups in Ghana to fulfill this goal. At the conference, you will be afforded the opportunity to learn about and experience plasma technology firsthand. The cost of admission to the conference includes 3-night stay in one of Ghana's prestigious hotels. Hotel packages include a single, double, or twin room option, and an option for an apartment or suite. Breakfast, tea, and coffee breaks and a buffet lunch on the days of the conference are also included. Keshe Foundation Ghana is focused on utilizing plasma technology to solve numerous problems facing the African nation. Come to the New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise in Spaceship Technology Conference in Ghana. Learn about plasma technology and learn how you can participate in spreading the word about it. Together, we can bring freedom to Africa and humanity. And we hope to see you there.
The Keshe Foundation invites you to discover the world of its medical technology. Imagine there is a technology which can not only balance your physical body, but also helps you finding out the roots of your own disease or the one of your patients. This technology, this knowledge is already available, and as in every section of the Keshe Foundation, the knowledge is free for everyone. You can use it for yourself, you can build the devices for yourself, or the Keshe Foundation Manufacturing produces it for you, for professional use in hospitals, surgeries, offices or practices. In the following presentation, you will have a closer look at the essence of the Keshe Foundation technology, the way how the knowledge is transferred to medical doctors, the plasma devices they use, and cases from the doctors documented in detail to teach their colleagues. Since Albert Einstein, it is scientifically accepted that matter is convertible into energy and vice versa. This implies that both matter and energy must be the same by nature. According to Keshe technology, everything which exists in nature is made up of magnetic fields. These are the fields that have the two properties which we know from ferromagnetism: its attraction and repulsion. Opposite poles attract each other and same poles repel each other. All phenomena of
Welcome everyone to the 135th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. That was a preview of the medical video. That's a longer medical video that we'll have available later. So we'll enter into the main part of the workshop now with Mr. Keshe. Mr. Keshe, are you there?
Yes, good morning. Good day to you as usual, whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers program. Thank you very much, Rick, and everybody in the background who make every week possible to add to the knowledge. First of all, we go back to the first presentation regarding Rome. Rome accommodation is full. We allocated a certain number of rooms and they are fully taken up. The only space left is for the people who want to walk in. It has to be registered and completed by tomorrow or Saturday latest. The hotel room accommodation part is closed. People who want to attend the meeting for 1 or 2 days, that is open for another couple of days maximum, because we have to do a security check, and we close that as well. Let me explain something very important about the meeting in Rome. Meeting in Rome is not Keshe Foundation meeting, is Universal Council meeting. Universal Council is what we have set up that covers what we know presently as work of the United Nations. United Nations has a very big pitfall, and that is grouping against each other and grouping together. One of the biggest pitfalls with the United Nations is that United States and United Kingdom have always carried what they wanted through because of what is known as Commonwealth countries. Commonwealth countries, which are literally ruled by the Queen of England, always vote in line with UK. So they always carry 35–40% of the votes anyway, and they usually carry their mandates that way. Now, we've seen a lot of injustices in the work of United Nations this way, as they wanted. With this process, this stops. It's one language, one concern, one development. And secondly, the work of the Universal Council is not to solve or get involved in, but is to promote peace and activities which makes life comfortable for man, to create the environment that it can be peaceful coexistence. Nowadays we speak English, or we are from English speaking background countries, but we are spread across the world. Doesn't matter if you're in China, if you're an Englishman, you have no voice because you're in China. With this way, even you live in China as an Englishman, you still have a voice through your council. And the voice comes in what is to benefit the humanity, not just one part of it. So the Universal Council meetings will be updated in a way. They will start meeting in a coming time on regular basis, 4 or 5 times a year. We have started the structure in Dubai. This is the second phase of it. We announced the Universal Council meeting in the next few weeks for the next session. And as we said, we are looking for a nation. where we can establish headquarters, permanent headquarters in that nation for the Keshe Foundation. There is a possibility we have found a nation or two nations who might participate on islands. And in that way, your councils meet on regular basis without announcements, which means they can gather together whenever they need, or they work together whenever they need to. We have the councillors, which are the heads of a language, and we have council supporters, which means you support your councils, does not matter in one language, but in any language you like. But whatever is needed to achieve peace and maintain peace and a peaceful coexistence between each other. In this conference, I have no position, so I don't need to attend because it's a council's meeting. I'm not a member of the council, but I can be there, or you can be there whenever you need to listen, to absorb, and put solutions when the discussion time comes with the councils. So those of you who have, or you think you're coming to the council meeting to see something, the Universal Council is just for them to speak their mind, to put their process they want to see, and in discussion as a group of councillors, no one has a say in it. They decide in how they want their process of peace to be seen, to develop. Nobody carries a vote. So this is what this council meeting is, and it'll be from now on. In a way, we support the council through our souls and through our actions in a peaceful way of doing it, not going there because they'll have a majority, they carry vote. They don't carry any vote. They have no voting rights. None of the councils have. They can say what they wish, and their wish becomes their command. And the more councillors support a wish of a council, the more effective it will work. You will see this because you're not used to it. It works much better than voting and putting rules and regulations down, because it's acceptance of the soul of the man. In the time to come, when a man is in space, will understand the work of these councils much, much easier, because they can interact with it, they can work with it. So I was told, would we attend the council meeting? We don't need to, because it's not my job. I'm a head of the Keshe Foundation, not head of the council. General Secretary of the Council, which is Sandy, she is the organizer, she is in charge of seeing the process through. And for the next council meeting, the Universal Council and the team which is getting established around it are responsible to make these events. There is no need for, what do you call it, Keshe Foundation support, even though they get funded and financed by the Keshe Foundation for their work. So in that process, if you come to Rome, you just become a listener, unless there are some 25, 26 council members which have already been accepted. They were there to discuss their position in respect to what they wish to see to develop at the first stages of the Keshe Foundation work of the Universal Council, how they expect the foundation supporters to be. It's not a closed door discussion, it's open, but we don't put it on the internet, and it's open only to the council. Some of them are in their own countries, they cannot travel. So they're live on Zoom, or they can participate on Zoom. These council meetings are not a stage for any kind of presentation. These are the stages for the councillors to bring the wishes of the man of peace into the action, and into actually becoming positive work. So those of you who expect to come and see, or you thought you come and see, you can come and see the future of the work of the humanity. That's for sure, you will see. But there'll be nothing else more. I have no reason to be there, and so we don't expect to be present, but their work will be, at the end of the day, will be released, what has been the wishes of the council. Most probably the following Thursday after the council meeting, we will see the report by the what we call the General Secretary, that what has been the wishes of the members and how humanity can fulfill that wish as they reach the soul of the man. In respect to the Ghana, Ghana is a full presentation with the Ghana Atomic. It is organized by the Ghanaian Keshe Foundation with Atomic Energy of Ghana. We do a lot of, it's totally technical presentation, it's totally scientific development, it's paper submission. If you want to submit some papers, you can submit on the fringes of the conference, which is a 3-day conference. It can be released or can be brought in. If you develop something in nanotechnology of the Keshe Foundation or in any shape or form, you can participate and you can come in, and that development allows you, that gives you a platform to be able to share knowledge and show. So this is the position with the Ghana. In respect to the medical teaching, the medical teaching will carry on in 2 or 3 weeks time when we can start back teaching again. And we are announcing a new development. Through the trials, we have seen a development which is very positive, and we are looking for, these are the doctors who can submit 4 patients. We are looking for 4 patients across the world. 2 patients to be terminally with cancer with no point of return. We are looking with 1 case of cancer, which is at the moment single. It doesn't show itself as a secondary cancer anywhere else. And we are looking for people who've been treated with other process of cancer therapy that they can be tested. We have developed the technology, and that process we have managed only up to now to produce enough material for 4 patients around the world. If you're a doctor, contact doctors at Keshe Foundation. We will consider, and we're just waiting for the final confirmation of the acceptance of the transmission of the material, to look into the process of 30 injections done by the doctors, by the physicians, in the cases of terminal cancer, which there is no hope, and we want to see the outcome. These 4 cases, we are looking for doctors to volunteer their patients. We have doctors at the Keshe Foundation, doctors. If you have cases which you want us to consider, or if you're a doctor who have a case of what we call no return, where everything has been tested, we've developed the technology and we have produced enough material for 4 patients at the moment. And we would like to test this. If your patients volunteer, please contact doctors at Spaceship Institute and we will respond. The medicine, what we call, they have used, maybe in chemotherapy or whatever, is irrelevant. We do not consider it. The process is that we supply the doctors to monitor the, what you call, the influence of this 2 milliliter injection. It's been developed in a specific way for this purpose. We would like to see what this, after 30 days, as doctors you release to the what you call the medical team of the Keshe Foundation. Positive, negative, how positive, what we see, and this is important for us. Because if this process is correct, which we think is, because it's been applied and tests are positive, now we're going on these 4 trial cases, we are ready to release materials to doctors to supervise, to check. We are in the process of development of the same technology with a hospital in Europe. Then we can trial these things in the hospital. But we would like to have it internationally, worldwide, to see how the response shall be, how the results shall be. And as within 30 days we know the outcome, we will stand very positive that how things will go and how the process will reverse cancers. We have, and we see now, the 3rd nation in the European continent announcing and asking its citizens to stockpile water and food for emergency. Germany was the first one. Finland has announced this week the same. So the governments in Europe expect that there can be a crisis. The government expects a shortage of food and water, and if we look into the process, there is a high possibility. Why Western European nations are taking this position one by one slowly is that, as we know, most of the Western Europeans are relying on a gas pipeline from Russia. If the situation in Ukraine gets worse, there's a high possibility that the energy supply will be cut off, and then the crisis will run into a speculation of what this might be and what it is, and the governments are trying to cover themselves. Water, because one of the first things will be shut off will be power generators to the pumps and the waters, and the food, and the rest of it, which we will see. Understand what we advised last week to the Italian disaster condition and follow the same procedure. The process is keep as much gas as you can as CO2, CH3, copper oxide, and zinc oxide. You have access to water anywhere in these countries. Rivers, connection to anything, ponds, whatever. These copper oxide gas water plasmas are purification systems. So you can purify the water. The CH3 is your food line for the energy, as we explained. You can use a huge amount of the CO2 for different kind of application. The zinc oxide is for your emotional concern. Therefore, it's very easy. First of all, we have seen and we see a further development in the release of the power generators. We will release the power generator blueprint to the factories and then onto the public. The new solid state without motors, we are still progressing, developing, and at this moment we are in the innovation center working without the pump. We have done without the pump at this moment, and we have done without the what you call the compressors. Once we complete this, hopefully within the next week or so, the manufacturing production for the power generators will stop. We change the process that we will not release anything regarding the solid state power except to what we have agreed with the Chinese government. Our work very much connects to how we see the behavior and the progress of our development with the Chinese. We have agreed with the Chinese government officials that we release 4 to 4 groups in China the blueprint of the new generator. They simultaneously have 24 hours to replicate it and submit it to the Chinese leadership and to the Chinese government. Upon the working of that confirmation outside the Keshe Foundation, then it will be released at 6 locations around the world that it can be replicated. There is a reason we released to Chinese government is because of our respect for the leadership and what we have agreed on the terms of our agreement. Then, when the 6 positions around the world confirm the replication, we will show the system on one of the teachings, working system in 10 locations. We have asked the people not to release information. We have seen a release of information by Armand to Arizona, which was not supposed to be done. but Arizona has tested it as part of the development, and they have already released part of the technology. This should have not taken place. The process is very simple. What we have done, the Arizona group has taken the part of the development of the solid state, which is a looping exactly as of the pumps using two maglev system, and they have reduced the energy consumption by 70%. They have videoed it, you can see it. Those of you in United States who have the maglev units can apply this and you will see it'll apply. But this is not a generator. This is the application of further reduction for what we've seen in some nations, people could not see reduction. We have to reduce the power to be able to use a lower power to be able to power. What this means, we reduce the power from 100% to 70. Now it's easier to supply the 70% power than 100% power. And this is what the generators will supply. John Bevan has copied the system the way Arman has told them. You can see it. It's a loop system. It's a loop system as you see in the blueprint of the generator, where you have two compressors, generators. They have put two maglev units in loop, which is positive of one to the negative of the other one, negative of one to the positive of the other one, which is what you see in the blueprint. If you go on the blueprint and look at compressor A and B, and you listen to the teaching of last week, we said that these compressors have a generator inside it, which is a copper winding. That's all the generators are. So the two compressors have been replaced by two stacker units without anything else. So in that process, you see the reduction. The rest of the system is a power generator system, which is looped. In the progress of the development of the generator, we have added, we made it much more simpler way. But if you have two maglev system and you can connect it in a loop, you will see the same process of the power generator reduction as the two compressors.
Mr. Kesh, you want me to show that video or shall we not?
Please, yes, John
Okay.
Bevan has released it to Rick, so we show it.
Okay, just get it set up in live stream. It's a tall, narrow video. Okay, here we go.
Lost the video, Rick.
Yeah. Think I need to do share the sound here and try to reshare the screen. So let's do that.
I don't know if there was sound on that video.
Yeah, there is. Here we go. Let's try it again. Is that okay?
The total power consumption that we're going to put on the maglev units that we've connected together.
I can share it if you like, Rick.
Arman has a copy of it, they can share.
Okay, we're going to show the total power consumption that we're going to put on the maglev units that we've connected together. So we're going to start by plugging in a small fan. A larger fan, this will make a lot of noise. And a heater on maximum. Okay. So that's the load that we're going to hook into our magravs. It was 160 units, 160 volts. Okay, so now we're going to hook this into our magrav unit.
This one. To the wall.
Am I coming down here, Paul? Which one?
Yeah, you know that one.
This one?
And this one is for the that one, total long. So now we plug into.
Hold on, I need to get this over here. Okay, so let's look at the configuration for the way we got it set up. We have two magrav units here, and what we've done is we've wired them together, except we've taken the plus and connected it to the minus, and the minus and connected it to plus, and we did the same thing over on that side. So now when we look at the wall, we're showing 120 volts.
What?
To 120 watts. Now we haven't got any power on turned on it yet. Now we're going to start with the small fan. Oops.
Okay.
Okay, there it goes. Somebody switched off the electrical switch. Okay, so with the small fan, we go from 120 down to 110. Now we're going to go with the big fan on maximum. This is going to be the total. Remember, before the total load was 1160 watts. Here we go. Watch what happens to the meter when we do the large fan on high. So we go down to 8.6 watts. Now I'm going to turn the hair dryer on maximum. Run about 318 watts. Okay, and that compares to the 1160 that we had with the
800 saving, 800 watts.
800 watt savings. Okay, that's what we're doing here in Arizona.
Arman, you're in the background. Do you want to speak about this?
No, it's yes, Mr. Kish. This is very simple, you know, for people to just save 75, 80%. But, you know, you can connect it differently too. Anyway, I just want to release it. Thank you, Mr. Kish.
Thank you, Arman. This is the process which is added. What we see is the process of developing the system in a way to reduce the energy enough that we can further reduce the power demand and we can run a thing with a very small power. This is how we're going into a solid state without any pumps and any capacitors or body compressors. But the process is what is designed to be a loop system, and in the solid state section we we've developed this because it allows the same process but with lesser friction, which means you have no mechanical friction or no electron friction. It's all on the superconductors with a nano coating in the maglev systems. Those of you who have two maglev units or you produce two maglev units, you can do the same thing, connect them, your magnetical to gravitational, at a point of the lead of the energy supply to them, and you take your output from it as normal, and you see the reduction on your maglev system. This is part of the development which we carry on with, and then in the coming time you will see the flight system coming through the same process. The development of the technology in the energy side, in the process of teaching and understanding, will surpass this in a few weeks' time. We are working with different groups in development, and in a coming time we will deliver systems which does not even need maglevs, but is an interim till more and more people understand. The process is manipulation of the connection. Is not developing anymore, but start manipulating the connection between different systems. And we see the more we manipulate, the bigger differences, the more powerful systems or different systems we see. The process of understanding the system is in reality in how the fields interact. The field interaction will give you a lot of information. One of these field interactions, can I share the screen please? One of these interactions we see, you're looking in the energy side. One of the main concerns which has reached Keshe Foundation in so many ways in the background is how if you understand the looping, now you see it in the maglev system, how this looping can be used in different applications. One of the things which we have seen and now has become a path of wealth for big organization is certification, patterning different kind of viruses, and then releasing these viruses in a very small quantity, and sometimes it runs out of control, to put fear amongst the nations that now they can sell in billions their products. Before, if you had a flu, they sell you one tablet and million people have to buy a tablet. Now, by releasing and maybe killing a few, they force the governments to buy millions of their tablets. This is a new pattern of industrial enforcement, not on individuals, now on government scale. We saw this with Ebola. Now we've seen another version of this in Far East. We've seen designer viruses to force governments to pay huge amounts for the crisis which has been created. We've seen that with a new design patent, and with it we have seen the process with the governments panicking, trying to get their citizens safeguarded, buying huge dosage of antivirus which did not exist, is being released. Now you have to do something with it. Go back to the teaching, and we said this many times. This technology is built for viruses. This technology is tailor-made for viruses. One of the reasons this technology is effective in the cancer, because the cancer is another kind of virus which has a huge power in respect to its environment. And this is why we spoke about the 4 cases that we're going to do international trial. If you look on most of the past 5 years, 10 years, virus breakouts, a few weeks, a few months, a few years earlier, one of the big nationals, multinationals, have suddenly out of nowhere have put a patent in for the virus, which is natural, but the string which they have developed antivirus for to sell billions. But in the space, we don't have multinationals to create viruses. These viruses exist as part of the addition to the attachment to the amino acid, as we've spoken before. What happens? You have a virus or you have an energy pack which itself is recipient, is vulnerable. It has a spectrum of energies which can link with another energy pack which has no amino acid connection, but can connect to the amino acid spectrum. So this becomes a virus. Now, with the understanding of the new system that you have in your hand, which you only need, in most cases, CO2. The CO2 as a gas material, as a magnetic gravitational system, sees the virus as its totality. And a common line of the carbon and a common line of oxygen to lock on gravitational. You remember the law of the gas of the plasma? Very simple. The weaker takes from the stronger, that it can become balanced between the two, and in that process, the effect of virus and connection with the amino acid changes, and you break the bond. And what you're left with, in a way, is your CO2 with the breakage of the bond. So, anytime you see any kind of viruses released, any kind of viruses created, we know the flu has been tested by TEPCO and shown 100% result. We heard it from our Japanese section. We know Chinese have tested different application of it. Now different flu which comes, what a string or whatever, only thing you need is presence of liquid gas of CO2, maybe in 2 large doses, 3 large doses the minute you feel it, and follow it with 3 to 5 days of the same dosage, like 2 or 3 spoons of CO2 gas liquid plasma. Virus should go. You will have most probably the sign of virus inside you for a few days, but the effectiveness of the virus will go. The way we dismantled the operation of manipulation of genetic modification of seeds with GANs, as we've seen, you do the same thing with viruses. Now we see a huge, is Vivek on the line? Vivek, are you in the background? Can you allow him to speak?
Yes, Mr. Kesh, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning, Vivek. Can you explain the situation in your country at the moment and the background to it, please?
Well, on Saturday last week, we heard on the news that there was a confirmed case of Zika virus in Singapore. Within a few hours, that number had increased to 43. And the last that we spoke, that number had gone up to 56. So I haven't been keeping track of it because I've had other things to do in the meantime. But it was a very, very sudden jump from 1 to 43 to 56.
Could you tell us what is the Zika virus?
A Zika virus is carried by the Aedes mosquito, and it was first discovered in, I think, Uganda or somewhere in Africa. That was in the 1950s. From what I understand, in the early days, people caught the Zika virus, they felt sick, they took a few days to recover and everything was okay. But now, it seems that when it affects pregnant women, the babies are being born with deformities.
Is it a modified version of the disease, or is it the same, to your knowledge? Or do we have anybody in the background who can enlighten us more?
I do not have any concrete proof of any modifications.
Mm-hmm.
So I cannot say for sure that this is definitely modified.
We are not going to mention the name for reasons you know. But one of the organizations in the very recent past has patent registered a kind of this disease. Am I correct?
Yes.
It's one of the most famous foundation. Has patent out of nowhere, Zika virus, which is a natural product. It's a natural system process virus, and how the patent application form for it, and then we see outburst. We've seen the same thing with Ebola. We've seen the same thing a few other times when one of the multinationals patent things that they give it to be tested and it runs out of control. And then it forces nations, and we see hundreds of thousands of people in some cases get affected, thousands of people die, and the rest of it. We have started a clinical process in assessing these things through the Keshe Foundation arms of research, which means in the coming time we will test these in international laboratories, in the governmental laboratories, and we'll see the effect of and how it is. We see results with HIV, which is a virus. We see results with malaria and the rest of it. What is interesting, when you get any kind of flu, when you get any kind of infection, as a doctor tells you it's a virus, just try. Very simple. The gas liquid of CO2. In some cases, which is very severe, you add 1 to 10 copper oxide, which means you take 10 drops of liquid, you withdraw 1 drop out, and you add 1 drop of copper oxide plasma, and you'll find it very effective. So coincidentally or accidentally, the process of any virus for us is perfect. The beauty with our work is we have to take the opportunities like this to prove that the technology works in deep space. When we can see these kind of viruses which are released into the environment or have been with us and suddenly take hold, if they can be used directly in respect to. My call goes to the farmers. If you have, we've seen this with reporting of several cases. If you have chicken farms, for example, or dog farms, and you do farming of the birds which are vulnerable to these kind of problems, we would like to know what would happen if you add continuously a small amount of CO2 to your system, to the watering system of your birds. Something which is very important for us to take further. We've seen the use of antibiotics heavily in farming with cows. We would like, if you're a farmer, to test, to replace the use of antibiotic with adding of the CO2 plasma gas liquid into the daily water of the animals. Has twofold. First of all, you will not need to use antibiotic. Report back to us. We tell you what it is, and we would like to see that kind of response back. What we see from different trials, it means no need for application and use of hormones and what you call antibiotics. If we can further confirm this closes what is being introducing hormones into the food chain and introduction of bacteria, what we call antibiotics in the part of the food, that now people have become to the point that the antibiotic does not work on them because they receive so much of it through their food chain that body has become immune to antibiotics. Is not that we take so much of it, is that so much is received through the digestion system. With this process, we can create a healthier food, cleaner food, and in a way, when you get a doctor to give you antibiotic, it costs a lot of money from the capital investment point of view, where with a CO2 gas costs you nothing. You can produce it on a continuous basis, you produce one lump sum, and then you can feed it to the cattle. Reduction in application and usage of antibiotics in farming is higher than human. Huge amount of antibiotic is used in the farming, especially what we call in captive farming, which is the animals are kept and imprisoned in boxes all their life. They never see a daylight, so the environment they are is extremely infectious and vulnerable to all sorts of problems. Losing huge number of animals, especially if you're in a bird process, well, like chickens, is a huge loss. I used to have a chicken farm. I know the losses, I know the pain, financial damage to it. There is a disease called Glasgow, which it runs literally like air through the bird, and they go like drunk, and they call it the Glasgow. And these things can be stopped with just application of the gas water. We've seen, we're coming to the winter time, every year they are giving so much injections to the elderly to overcome the winter viruses. Offer to the elderly CO2 in replacement for injections if they want. Because now we see, according to the international reports, the reduction in the effectiveness of the injections they give to elderly because they're becoming immune to it. With the CO2, you cannot become immune to it because it's part of your structure and keeps the balance. So as we enter the winter time, and a lot of elderly look into doctors for injections, influenza and this, take it, but take a CO2 next to it, and you will see the same. We are looking for the application of CO2 in conjunction with a small amount of zinc oxide and a small amount of copper oxide to replace the childhood 3 injections, which creates mayhem in the body of the children. We will put this proposal to governmental structures, and we are now in a position that we can test ourselves. Measles and mumps, where children are given injection, and then we see all the disabilities and everything else which comes with it, the autism and everything else. We think, and we are pretty sure we can prove it, that can be eradicated by using gas materials without any side effect. It needs to be done in a certain way, and it can literally stop the process. We will promote this in the coming time in European help sections, and we'll promote it through the channels which are available to the foundation. So we are looking as a total package development. We are not looking at odd cases. Today's teaching literally goes around this development. The application of GANs materials in respect to viruses. Because in a space, we will not see any more bacteria, or very little, if any, will develop that we cannot handle. And don't forget, bacteria we can handle easily because they're of the lower order. We can use the same process for food infection and all sorts of other things. It's the viruses, which are the energy packs, which will add and link up to the body of the man in a space and cause mayhem. We have a test ground here with the diseases we know, with infectious conditions created by the viruses in attachment to the amino acid body of the man, that we can see the changes. If we can do, if we can see, if we can develop further structure around how much with what, the world of medicine with the viruses gets solved, and we leave the antibiotics to the doctors to prescribe. And what we see as the usage of the balance of the energy environment becomes more prevailing, we will see the reduction in usage of antibiotics. What we would like to see is the same process. Try to use the CO2 to wash your mouth instead of toothpaste. Use the CO2 for washing your mouth. You don't need to spit it out, you can swallow it. But allows you to balance everything in your gum, that stops the tooth decay and everything else, enforces and balances the root into the gum, and can stop a lot of future development of problems and dental problems. In a space, I cannot ship you back to Earth for root treatment. But if I can stop the rotting of the teeth by not allowing the environment for it to be created, accidentally you can break a tooth, but you'll have no diseases with it. If you use and understand this process, you can even remedy that in the coming time. We are looking not for a cure, we are looking for a change of environment that does not allow the changes to take place to begin with. If you remember, in some of the teachings in the past, I explained to you to give block of cheese, a small piece of cheese, to your children or yourself before you go to sleep 3-4 times a week, and you will see no tooth decay. I've become the biggest enemy of the dentist, because dentists know it will work. If you have a dog or a cat or animals in the farm which have a tooth problem, which they have a loss of teeth through these kind of things, all you need to do to add kind of cheese to the diet or CO2 GANs liquid to the diet, and you'll find out the tooth decay will do not exist anymore. It's a natural process, is not a loss. One of the biggest enemy of the body of the man, an increase in cancer, we see through toothpaste. I've explained this process many times. You deplete the body, huge amount released. If the body cannot release the huge amount available, it produces storage, that storage becomes the center for a cancer, and then mayhem in the body of the man. Understand the process. We are not fighting. We are balancing the field forces within the structure of the body of the man. You get a bad infection, flu infection, the first reaction. Within the first hour, take 3 spoons of gases of the plasma of CO2, maybe with a drop of copper oxide gas plasma into it, repeat it 3-4 times in the day for 2-3 days. As I said, you will feel the temperature drop immediately. And then you'll find you still might have influences of the virus to you, within you, but as you drink, with the research shown from TEPCO, the body will discharge everything through. That's why you're drinking the gas water, that you wash the energy more and more out of your body. You literally discharge it. This is important. This is important because now you see how you use the GANs as a way of cleaning. If you have people, children with a high temperature, just wash their body, just the knee down, leg down with gallons of water of CO2. Just a wash, just rub it on it. And you will see the energy balance in the circulation will bring sudden temperature drop, rapid temperature drop, better than alcohol or water. But it's balanced, there is no shock to it. These are the processes which will be becoming a force in the world of science that has to be recognized and accepted and followed. We are not there to go against anyone. We are there to offer an alternative. And if this alternative is more effective, therefore we have another solution on the table. We have to understand it's a new child, new technology, new understanding. It's a new variation. It's a new combination. It's a new totality to the structure of the science. We need this. We need this development. We need this understanding that we can add into the tool of the knowledge of the man. So those of you who are bothered by E. coli or Ebola or any kind of viruses, be it in Africa, be it in Asia, being in Europe, if AIDS is the nightmare of your life, if you are afraid or live with malaria, once we get our license, hopefully our permission for clinical trials, with the injection of the GANS liquid into the blood in less than 2 milliliters, we will release it to the doctors to test, and in the opportunities we have, we test across the world. As I said, FDA has no value in deep space when they cannot get medicine to it. What will be the suggestion? When you have man in space, carry a GANS, tested, FDA approved. The beauty of these technologies has no side effect because it's an energy balance provider. If is used according to the understanding of the physicality of the man, there is no danger to it. But you have to understand the process that is used. We encourage you, you know people with AIDS, to start giving them waters of the GAN CO2. You have people which are HIV positive, they start giving them CO2, maybe a drop of GANs of copper oxide, liquid plasma in it. And start structuring to get mankind out of this mess, which is the part of the understanding we never understood. Now we understand we can literally mass produce and protect ourselves. There is no need for suffering, loss of parents and fathers, nations with no father and mother, where AIDS and other diseases are taking hold for the benefit or trial of one thing or another. Especially we've seen huge amount of damages done by trials or whatever done by United Nations or on the back of the United Nations or UNICEF and the rest. It's not that they went to harm, they went to find a solution, because when they are successful, we don't hear. When it comes wrong, it comes to our attention. United Nations, UNICEF, and the rest do a lot of work in that side, very positive. But where there is a gap, as additional science, we can add to it and we can cover the whole totality. The biggest problem why I raised this one is that we see multinationals see viruses as a huge sudden incomes for their systems, and this has to stop. If you are in Singapore, if you are in any part of the world, which this Zika or Ebola or AIDS is prevalent, start producing CO2 gas, give the liquid of it to the people just to drink on a regular basis for 30, 60 days, 100 days, 3, 4, or 5 teaspoons or soup spoons, and you will see the changes. You have children with a high infection that they can go to a high temperature, that it can change their brain and create also some mental damage, which you see very often. Just wash their body with a gallon of CO2 water or a few drops of CO2 to balance the energy. The fever will go down, the temperature will go down, the damage to the brain stops, and then the body starts handling the virus to deplete of its energy. As I said, steps by step, we now achieved energy production through generator. Now we are on the verge of the space technology. We are on the verge of what we have come contractually applicable regarding the world peace, and we will show it in the coming days once everything is done. And then we handle the agriculture. Viruses are one of the biggest problems, not only on this planet, but in deep space. One of the reasons we have not brought huge viruses, if man has been to space, which there's a lot of questions to it, these viruses will wipe us out worse than any other virus. Once we open the door of the universal community and we travel into the deep space and we land on different planets and different environments in the universe, it's inevitable that the energies are not in balance with us, or some of the energy which are not in balance with us will interact with the part which is in balance with us, and they create what we call viruses. We might have a few seconds, we might have a few minutes of survival time, because the energy transfer is so rapid, that so aggressive, and it's so heavy that can lead to this condition of loss of life, or confirmation or transformation of the energy of the cell into another entity, energy bigger and stronger. In that process, you have few seconds, few minutes, maybe few hours on the planetary condition of the Earth. There are no FDAs. You are the last man standing, and there shall be no man. In the coming time, we do not use the gans of the water of CO2, we will use incubators which carry only the field of CO2. You already have these incubators, you call them CO2 boxes. All you need to do is to create the same condition and put the man inside it. The position where the gas of CO2 is created can be in the center of the body of the man, where the virus takes hold, creates balance between the two plates, no virus. There are no health certificates if you can use when it's your life the last point. This is the change, this is what we try to enforce, and this is to enforce the new knowledge by the application of it, by majority of the people using it. As you see in all my talks, always say, we don't fight no one. We just introduce a system which is better in accepting the changes in parameters. Then you find out there is no need to fight, because there is no match. There is no comparison. This is one of the biggest problems this technology is creating very rapidly. and that is silent change. The silent change is the biggest tool we have, and I tell you something, we tried, all of us we are. About 48 hours ago, Caroline picked up a very bad virus. She woke up with a very high temperature, the whole body burning. She said, I'm in this condition for 2-3 hours, what can I do? I said, you know it better than me, just try it. Take some CO2 gas water, 3 or 4 a spoon, and repeat it every 5 minutes for the next half an hour, or 2-3 times for the next hour, and you will see the result. And wash your hands with it. Within less than a few minutes, body cooled down, no virus. The fever, which was in it for 3 hours, disappeared. She woke up out of the sleep with a high temperature. No temperature. But she had to go through the change of the virus, the depletion of it in the body. Temperature dropped to 36.6 in less than 5 minutes, from maybe around 40s. No side effect, no depletion, just allowing, by taking the gans of the water of the CO2 every hour, every few hours, you wash or you take the energy which is unbalanced out of your body, you add to it, because not all the gases can meet with all the energy viruses which is rapidly developed in the body, so they get filled up, the balances reaches. So you need to top it up, that for whatever is extra to become more in balance. If you have 1 million virus cells in the body, and with a gans of water you only provide 200,000 of it, you need at least 5 to 10 times taking that, you can more or less balance the rest of the energy. There is no fighting. There is no fighting in this medicine, in this process. It's balancing the energy. Next time you go into a restaurant, you have a food poisoning, take a gans of CO2 with you. You'll find out effectively works. This is the process we have to follow. This is what we see, and the more we understand. I encourage you, there are millions of people around the world who are infected with AIDS and HIV. They spend heavy amount of money to balance their body, that they can live without the pain or without the disabilities of the disease. Every day, tablets over tablets. Our tablet. 3-4 times a day, a spoonful of water, which is the plasma condition of the CO2 and zinc oxide, and maybe a few drops of copper oxide. If you undermine or fight, as the process is done today with infection, you do not succeed. That's why we see such a growth. If you add to bring balance, the body works much better. If you suffer from any kind of influenza, flu, or whatever, try it. TEPCO tells us it works. This is the process which we will encourage and we develop. We are looking into production of system which just as GANs, the water goes through it, and you can take the surplus continuously for consumption. Doesn't need no pharmaceuticals, doesn't need no surgery. Some of the injections have to be done through intravenous because of the rapid transfer and change. Digestion system is too slow. We would like to test in the countries where there is a snake poisoning or different kind of animal poisoning which are dangerous, like in Australia and South Africa, the process of CO2 against snake bites. Washing the position with the copper oxide and zinc oxide or injecting into the snake bite a very small amount of gans of CO2, or eating it or drinking it. Especially those which touch the neurosystem, supporting the neurosystem with like a 50-50 CO2 and zinc oxide to support the neurosystem. To see if we can find a solution for these kind of accidents. Thus, taking and washing the snake bite with a combination of copper oxide and zinc oxide outside and CO2 and zinc oxide inside will do the same as antivenom. We think it does. It should do. We have to look in the new way to the whole world of medicine. Application of the medicine, implication of it, and if there are any development which we need to learn to bring the old and new to work together. Would we need a very much small amount of antibiotics mixed with the gans of CO2, which increases its potency, and delivery of it, that we don't need to take so much, but we work on the energy level. So what has become immunity to antibiotic, and is the biggest problem nowadays, is overcome. Do we need to use 1 milligram or 500 milligram or whatever of one thing to achieve a process where we can use 1 or 2 milligram, mix it with the CO2 gans, increase its potential, and then apply it, that the energy, the antibiotic needs very little to work, and the gans takes the energy from it. This is a very high possibility to mix the two sides together. This mixing, this combination of the what we call the physical state of the antibiotics and viruses and CO2 with a much, much smaller dosage is a high possibility. We know this happens, especially if, for example, you take antibiotic, they tell you you cannot drink alcohol because it increases its potency, which adds CH3 to it in a way. Extra sugar allows the unbalance, where with CO2, the energy of the bacteria can be taken away to be brought in balance. One delivers, the other one cleans up. There is a very high possibility we see antibiotic in conjunction with gans water to be much more effective than antibiotic on their own. And there will be no saturation point. You can try it. If you're given an antibiotic, you speak with your doctor, with your physician, and if he says, for example, 100, say, I would like to cut the tablet in 10 pieces and take 1/10 and mix it with CO2 and see if it's more effective. It's us who has to share the knowledge. It's us who has to find new standards for ourselves. In a space we have no one to rely on. And we are training people for deeper space. These are what we need to add. These are what we need to progress. These are what we need to be able to sustain life in a space, and sometimes on this planet for what is to come or what comes regularly to us. Application of CH3 to be increase its potential, or what they call its potency, by repetitive increase by motion. What happens if you put CH3 and add a mixer into it, that you homogenize the energy? Would it give you at 500 revolution the energy of a potato, 600 the carrot, 1000 the energy of the meat? Do we need to eat meat, or we can produce combination of CH3 as a gans and concentrate which energy we need. These are not the dream anymore. These are the realities. And you know when you're going to test it? When the time comes when the German government says there is no food, and you say, oh, that guy said, if I have CH3 and I have a beater at home, I can test it. I'm not hungry. I can test it. I taste bacon. I taste meat. I taste tomatoes. Let us to develop the technology now that we have time than when we have to test it in time of crisis. Do we need to have a spectrum of the energy levels, or do we create by stripping the energy from the layers of the GANs to get to a higher, or combination of the different height, and we can test it. You tested the power of what you call orange. What I would love you to do is get a beater, put a CH3 and beat it 1000 RPM and start smelling what you smell. Go to 1200 RPM. Smell it. See if it changes the smell from carrot to meat. Put a mixer in a combination of small amount of CO2 and CH3 and see what you smell, what you taste in your mouth without actually smelling it. Because if you taste it, you have received the energy of it. These are the processes people in Germany have to rely on. You can create a condition of water without actually drinking a single gram or liter of water. You have to understand the process. You have to understand the condition. If you have a water and you put it in a mixer and you can mix it at a very high revolution, would you create a plasma of the water that your body, in being in touch with it, receives what it needs as plasma of the water? The answer is yes. See if you feel tasty, if the thirst comes back, if the hunger comes back. In the developing world, stirring is the key to the freedom of the food. A lot of you have tested the coils, but you never understood it. When you test the coils and are filled with it and you taste it, it's within the structure of it. In a coming time, when you use the core reactors, you will understand a lot will change. A lot will change. Even your physical control has no control. We are testing a new unit in the Philippines, and this morning we're not going to discuss what the structure is, but it can affect your body badly or control of it. Which means the field interact and the field can bring emotion and connection. Renan, are you there to explain to me what you were explaining this morning in our communication, but do not discuss the system. Just tell us how you felt.
Yes, Mr. Kesh.
Could you please explain to us?
Okay, so with the existing reactors,
Don't describe what you're doing. Just explain what the feeling was and how you feel.
Okay, the emotion that I'm detecting it during the time that I was running the system for 24 hours already. So early in the morning, I just get near the system and I feel a gravitational pull. My left hand is being pulled towards the reactor and my right hand is being pulled to my left hand. So the fields that are in the surrounding is like it's more a gravitational field that is pulling, but there is still a magnetical field that is already radiating away from it, which I can feel the whole body, but my left hand is being absorbed. It's like being pulled, and my right hand being pulled to my left hand. So it's like you're being attracted. So well, I think the system has interacted with my body and creating a loop. So making my left hand and right hand clap together or get near together. So the field is working like it's a gravitational field, more gravitational.
Would you like to say what I said? You created what?
Yes, sir. What was that? You
have created the first plasma handcuffs.
A handcuff, yeah. It's like a plasma handcuff, letting you make your hands hold together and pray.
This is what. Thank you very much, Leonard. This is the way we see the technology develop. Interaction with the field of the body of the man, and if we arrange it in so many ways, we can do all sorts of things with it. Do we need, in the case of virus infection, to digest or drink CO2, or do we create the condition of CO2 over a nation? Or do we create a condition of plasmatic condition that brings balance into the physicality environment of a nation or an environment or a village, that no viruses work? My knowledge is so deep that I said very recently, I can change the mind of a whole humanity. And we are getting to that point that we might have to do so. I have not taught you everything, but in the package of the knowledge, it's very easy to change the structure of every man's line of thinking. I warned about this before, and very recently I have said I will apply it. There is a knowledge within our capability that can reach the soul of every creature on this planet. Does not matter if you're a fish, a man, a dog, or the others. But the change has to come in, because then you can change it again if you get the opportunity in the space. It has to be understood by the man and accepted by the man that he stands the judge to his own soul. The process of viruses has to be developed very rapidly. We start teaching the first groups of what we call motions in the fall. And that process will be partially the development, understanding of the field plasma, that even in the field plasma of the plane of the land, you land become what we call neutral, that you cannot pick up viruses from the environment. Any questions?
Mr. Kesh, just one very quick question. The CO2 GANs, the plasma water, how can we use this as a mosquito repellent? Because all these, the various viruses are being transmitted by the Aedes mosquito.
What Caroline does is just mixes the copper oxide with zinc oxide with CO2 and sprays it around the garden, around the seating area. And this changes the environment for the animals. You don't kill them, you just change it for them that they do not exist, they do not live, they don't want the environment. This is what we do at home.
Right, so that means we can spray it inside the bathroom walls and all that, and the mosquitoes won't be breeding over there.
This is what we've seen in some cases, yes. But you have to find out what it is. It's the same, but we said we don't use, what do you call it, pesticides anymore. We just change the environment that the pests cannot live in it. The time of killing is over. It's just we change the environment to what it suits us and not suiting them. You remember that ad of years ago where you whistle, nobody hears, but the dog runs? We create a condition where dog cannot exist. So we see the same thing. We see nowadays in the market units which can plug in and create the frequency of the flies or whatever. With this technology, we change the environment of it. We don't create a frequency that they don't live, but we change the environment which does not suit them. If you get bitten, if you have a burn, just wash the burn or the bite with the gans of CO2 or copper oxide. You find instantaneously the pain disappears and the process of inflammation is not there. You don't get the, what do you call it, all the problems with it. You get asthma attack. Make sure if you have an asthma attack, if you're asthmatic, very simple. Make yourself this pipe. I've shown this many times. Instead of taking all these asthma machines, you have to understand the background behind asthma is emotional imbalance, which shows itself through the point of the emotion, supply of the fields, which is the lung, which feeds the blood, which is the emotional circulation. All you need to do is very simple. Build yourself a pipe. Put a, what do you call, fish pipe, and fill this pipe, if you can, with a gans or water gans of CO2 and zinc oxide. 50-50. And breathe from this end. And let the air to go through very slowly. Tell me the result. Has to be very heavy dosage of ganses. You bring emotion into balance because through the zinc you create emotion and you bring the neural connection of it into balance with the CO2. Try it till you bring the balance and see how gradually asthma will not exist till you change the balance. You'll see your behavior change. At the same time, make yourself the same mixture of water of gans and 2 teaspoons 3 times a day. Let me know if you find any changes, and I'm sure a lot of you will. You have all the tools of changing and you don't need much to change. The air you breathe gets energized in the field. That's why you feel better when you go into certain environments. I can breathe when I'm at the sea level. I don't get an asthma attack because you go at peace, you go calm. It's not the sea, it's a calmness, which is emotional. The sanitarium of the man is the planet itself, but he has chosen to ignore it. Very simple. You don't need to make all these complicated things. You can do it yourself. Make patches of zinc and copper or zinc and carbon and just put it on your lungs, front and the back. You tell me where is the asthma attack comes from anymore. Because you don't give it the reason for it not to be there the next time. A combination of these three is the key for you to walk away from asthma. No medicine. You support the emotion, which creates a shortage of air, which is needed, but the other part of the physicality need the air, so you call it asthma attack. You run short of oxygen. Emotion overtaking the physical part, and the physical part needs it, so the collapse of the lung. You get people with a water or liquid in their lungs. Just put 2 patches, huge patches of gans of CO2 with zinc oxide, back and the front, and then you tell me what the difference will come in a few days.
Excuse me, Mr. Kesh. A few people are asking if the tube was filled with GANs or the liquid plasma.
Both ways. It depends on the strength you need.
Thank you.
I sent you, Caroline sent you in your Zoom, I presume, something about the guy with the cancer. Have you seen that? Standing in between 2 systems. Rick?
It's in my Facebook. Let me have a look here.
It's one of the lines Caroline sends you. I don't know who sent it to, but I think Dr. Klaus has a copy of it.
Was that just a picture or?
It's just a picture with writing on it.
Let me see here.
It's the man is standing between 2 maggrav systems.
Hello, Mr. Kesh.
Yes, just wait. Just wait 1 second, please.
Yes.
Pardon?
Trying to find.
Have you found it, Rick?
I don't see it on. Oh, wait a minute. Here it is.
Hi, Rick.
Wait a minute. There's a really bad feedback happening. You can't. We have to shut it off here.
Hello.
Yeah, you can't have both going on in the same room with both microphones open. It feeds back.
Did you find it? Have you found it?
I see the reference. Now I have to. We have to get the actual picture. It's just it's not a good picture. It's going to be all blurry if I try to blow it up. So I have to try to find the actual reference from. It's from Jorge Rosas. Apparently, he added the pictures, and I have to go into the Facebook and try to find that person here. Apparently, so I'll be a couple minutes here. Just a minute.
Okay, no problem. Who was asking question?
It's Dominic from France. Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
It's just to add a little testimonial about spray with mosquito. Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead, please.
It's just because in my house we have a nest of hornet, and they try to make it bigger and bigger, and I just spray CO2 liquid plasma on it, on very few, and ask him to go away and make his nest away, because people around can have fear because of him. And he just a week after, I see the nest stopped, and the hornet no here. And just 2 weeks after, I see a hornet die in a little place in my workshop, and I don't feel that he say to me, "You kill me," but I feel that it's okay. I testimony that we communicate with me, and I go away. It's fine. It's just cool. I understand that we have not to be against, but with everybody at his place. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. Have you found it, Rick, yet?
No, I'm not able to. I think I have to friend the person and to get their pictures or something. I'll just put up the link that is shown by Caroline and just try to blow it up a bit so we can see it. See if that works. I have to share the screen here. Okay, this is the Facebook posting out of this person's Facebook. I'm hoping it's okay to post it. I'm not sure if it's private or not, but
Well, it's on a public domain anyway, isn't it?
well, I don't know if it's just to his personal friends. Then no, it isn't. It's open to friends and not to the public, but it is now because we're presenting it on the public. So this is what we need to clarify, is to not to just present things. This might be this person's private Facebook. I have no idea. I tried to get Jorge Rosas and there's a dozen different Jorge Rosas come up, and I'm not sure if I got the right one, and I tried to get in, but I'm not friends with them, so I couldn't get the photos. Anyway, this is what we have here. It says, based on the realization of the machine of health from Dr. Miriam Kesh, and where it has been rehabilitated against all medical prognosis, a patient who had cancer of bones, that it is very aggressive, and I had him in a wheelchair for at least 10 months after using the team for 21 days. This is recovered completely, is already walking without problems. I will put all the background gradually on the web. This machine cure any cancer by aggressive that this is, without chemotherapies, radiotherapies, and without meds. Just give them a few shots of GANs of CO2 before each meal. I think that was translated, so that's why it sounds a little funny there.
So broken bits. Yeah, this is what we see across the world. People are trying it. What will be interesting to, can we have my page back? Can I? Yeah. The process is that we understand how people are helping themselves and how people see it and how they share the knowledge with us. We need to understand more and how we can apply different application of it. There is a piece of information, this goes back to people who understand, to a lot of you will not mean much. We are in possession of a technology which can change the soul of the man. Not from below, not from understanding, but being empowered to influence the soul of the man. This allows us to disarm. This allows us to do a lot of changes if need be on totality of the human being. Be it in one area, be it in the region, be it as part of the totality of the change. Those of you who understand the reason for this, you understand that we can change the condition without the need for applying any further external influences, but work within the structure which is available to the knowledge. Man will not remember why they are fighting. We'll find out in a very short time how military forces will back off from the point of war, understanding the advantage of the peace. In the coming time, we'll find out doctors will change their practice. because they become at peace, they become at ease. We have to find a solution where the people, by losing, do not find the threat in their lifestyle or in their existence. This will be our biggest problem. We see the change by thousands in the development, but now it has to go in the change by millions and millions more, and then we'll reach the point that it becomes part of the structure. Those of you who are afraid of losing food or water, with a warning from the German government and the other governments which are coming online, understand there should be no fear if you understand the technology. There should be no fear whatsoever. Maybe your government is kind to you to tell you there is a time to look at the alternatives. The present resources cannot suffice. Maybe it's an avenue we have to look at. And our governments are not warning us, but allowing us to look at an alternative, a viable alternative. And it's for us to make the technology to become viable. The problem is not destroying. The problem is not destroying, but adding to. And this addition is the problem. Many people will find salvage or find solution with the process of the plasma technology, and a lot of people will not receive because the expectation is not what they see. We will see changes and we will achieve huge changes, but the process is how fast we can implicate and apply this technology across the world. I advise you, we saw this, we had a trial run with China flood, we had a trial run with Italian earthquake disaster. My advice to you is start creating sufficient amount of material that when these things come up, you can move very fast. And even if they don't come, the material lasts for millions of years. It is still effective for your grandchildren and great-grandchildren if the disaster is not in your time. Because the GANs does not diminish in power as long as the matter state of the plasma exists. Any other question?
Hello, Mr. Cash. This is Paul from Togo.
Yes, Paul.
Yeah, I have something to share about my about the gun supply on my family.
Yes.
Since I have discovered the powerful of guns, I have decided now 6 months to apply plasma liquid on every level of my life. So I have make a lot of plasma liquid of CO2, CH3, zinc oxide, and CO. First, in my family, I have my wife and my children. I have decided to use first CO2, and we use this CO2 plasma liquid to make cuisine, to drink, to bath, and wash our house and clothes. In the very small time, we see that small disease was gone. So I try now to put, after 1 month, we put now plasma liquid of CO2, CH3, CO, and zinc oxide together, and we are drinking only it. We are not drinking water where we are not put these 4 plasma gans inside. And in a very short time, sometime 1 or 2 days, nobody feel hungry. My wife no feel hungry. My children also no feel hungry. This is the first effect. The second effect, I constate that me and my wife and my children were emotionally more and more in contact. So I have decided to create virtual home for my family. So emotional room where we can communicate with emotion. And when we create it, our communication on the phone, because every time I am not at home, I am every day outside to go and follow my lesson. So we don't need to call each other on phone or send message. I just put message on our virtual emotional family, and instantly my wife can get this message and done what she have to done. And about my children, the testimonial is that sometime if she want do something which is not good, I just let this message emotionally without talk, and instantly she stopped doing it. So according to this experience, I want to advise everybody to use plasma liquids at every level of his life. Use it to drink. You don't have nothing to lose. It will clean everything in your life. It will give you energy, and it will create more powerful emotion for you and your family. And you don't have something to lose. I cannot say, I don't have the word to say exactly, but it is very strong for us. And whatever where we are, and whatever the time we are, my family and me, we have communication in permanently without any phone, any internet. Just let this, just release your emotion on this virtual family that you have created when you are connected with your environment, and is effective. So according to that, I was telling you that I have decided to apply it on other patients. So we start with CO2, and I replicate the same system. My patient of AIDS, she only drink, bath, wash, everything, clothes, house, plates, everything with plasma liquid. And in a very short time, we have seen the results about his health. So according to this, for me personally and my family, is very effective. The people that I have advised to use this system is also very effective. So I want to advise people to do like this. If you allow me, Mr. Kesh, this is what I have. And I have also one question about calcium gans. Can I go?
Can you tell us what happened with the lady with the HIV, with AIDS? What's her position now?
I am not now in country. When I go in the country, I will get the medical report, because last time she was saying that doctor say 1 month she come to the control.
What do you mean?
Please?
What do you mean? What did the doctor say?
The doctor said to come, she will make analyze again on the blood and then give his final results. The doctor was saying 1 month. Now this week is starting of this end of month, so it will make 30 days. So when I go back, I will get the result for you.
What was the interim result? The doctors went to the house with her to see if she uses anything.
Please?
Before, the doctors went to her house to see what she uses?
Yeah, exactly. When she used the same system like I have told. And 1 week, even 1 week to 2 weeks, first, when she started using this system, when she urinates, is like she have some blood or something inside. And she feel also very, very pain inside. When she feel pain inside, I tell her to continue. And when she continues, after 2 or 3 days, everything has stopped. And then at this day until today, she never get any crease. She never feel bad. And when she go to the doctor make test and say, what product you use? And she send me message. I say you don't use nothing. And doctor say this is not possible. When she said to doctor that she don't use nothing, doctor say this is not possible, because I know you are at the level of your age before. No, is not that. And then
And
doctor,
wait 1 second. The doctors say they could not see AIDS. Is that what the doctor says?
the doctor say the AIDS have reduced. The reduction of AIDS is mostly near to finish. And the doctor said to her that if she continue like this, yeah.
Now, can you tell us what you have given her that the people who listen to the teaching,
yeah,
and they know people, or they are in the channels in touch with the people with AIDS and HIV,
okay.
what is in that liquid exactly that they can replicate?
First, I have make a lot.
Hello? Hello? Rick, can you hear me? Is it on my side or have we lost?
Something happened there with his
Paul,
connection.
can you repeat?
Hi,
We
Paul.
lost you. Can you start from the beginning?
Okay, I say first I make a plasma liquid of CO2 for her.
Just wait 1 second. Renan, in the background, can you make a writing of what it says as a blueprint to go on the Keshe Foundation blueprint? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. So I make a first lot of CO2 plasma liquid for her. And when I make a plasma liquid of CO2 for her, I say to stop drink any water where there is no plasma liquid inside. I say stop, I will provide you water to drink, water for your cooking. And what I make, every day I carry plasma liquid of CO2, I go to his house and I mix plasma liquid in his water to drink, in his water to bath, And I tell her also to clean his house and his environment.
Is it he or her? You speak French to English.
She.
Okay, no problem. Carry on.
But there are two. Before, what I don't know, Mr. Kesh, is she and his husband together have the same. But first,
Oh, it's the husband and wife who have the AIDS.
no, before the wife tell me she have.
Mm-hmm.
So I make the process for the wife, but the wife give his husband. So they both take it. I don't know. So I have known it when it is effective. She is happy and call me that. My husband also have, and what you give me, I give also to my husband, and our level is now reduced. So I say what I have done.
Okay, carry on. So you give them to eat and drink and bath and
Wash
wash
his clothes
only CO2 gans.
first, and
Yeah, the
also
water.
clean the house with this. This is the first process.
Okay.
And 1 week, 1 week half, she's have started like going down.
What do you mean by going down?
She feel tired on all body, she and his husband. And when she urinates, she's urinates have changed the color.
To what color?
Yellow something, yellow, and there is small blood inside.
Okay. Let me explain to add to this knowledge. We already have seen this for many years in the health application of the technology. The reason I always say to the volunteers, the worse you feel in the first 2 or 3 weeks, the better news is for me. Those who have been with me with medical application, they know this phrase I use quite often. The reason you feel very low, the reason you feel very much tired is logical. Because you have got rid of what has been taking energy from you, and the body is rebuilding. Rebuilding takes energy. It's not one cell, it's millions of cells. And this process, once you start taking the GANs, once you start taking GANs liquid as drinking or whatever, you have to realize tiredness is inevitable. Fatigue is inevitable, because now the energy which was getting used for the whatever disease was, now is recuperating to bring cells and bring the body energy to a level. To bring it, it means it needs to go into the reserve or use a lot of it. So if you use the GANS liquid and you see these kind of fatigues and exhaustion, this is the best news you can ever receive. It means the system is working. And now your body has to start rebuilding, and rebuilding brings tiredness. I explain this very clearly to my volunteers, always have. You see the babies when they are born, they sleep a lot. When they are 1 week, 2 weeks, few months old, they're always asleep. Because when you're asleep, you don't use that much energy, but the energy goes for developing, growing, replacing, building. You become in that stage of the childhood, which means the body now is replenishing the old with the new with the correct balance. So if you see any kind of these kind of changes, I just explained to you about Caroline. When you take this, when the body goes into kind of fatigue, not wanting to move, is now the damages, even doesn't matter with the virus or anything else, is the body is rebuilding. And building needs energy. I advise a lot of people to take like CH3 as a supplement to it, but preferably not, because the energy supplied will be dispersed across the body, but the body learns not much from it because it's the availability of it. It's the best to allow the fatigue cycle to go through. It'll sometimes last a month, 2 or 3 days, a few weeks, but especially in women, when you complete, we have a feedback. When you see this cycle finishes, if you have a problem with your menstruation, all goes back to balance. If you have a problem with libido, with your sexual behavior in men, it changes. We have seen in the recent past changes in a lot of applications of this technology. People with different kind of diseases are reporting just walking away from it. So when you see this fatigue, this is a gift of God. This is a gift given to you. This is the process when your body takes over to replenish, to regrow new cells. It's not a bad news. It's the best news you could receive. But because you don't know, you take it there is something wrong. You feel exhausted. You feel you don't want to do anything. You feel, I've lost my energy. I took this to recover, but I've got worse. But this recovery time is rebuilding new. And this is what happens. And now you see Paul is speaking about it. I've seen this hundreds of times. And I always say, you just got to go through it. It means the body is not ready for it. It's still redeveloping, it's replacing. So when you get the process of exhaustion, when you start taking these, even from virus infection, it means the body is replenishing what has been damaged, or what it needs to be reprocessed. You tend to sleep a lot. It's the best time of reprocessing physical part. So what Paul says, they feel exhausted, they feel fatigued. This is a gift as part of the package. You have to go through it because now the body is replacing all the damaged cells, reconnecting all the damaged cells, shutting down what was established, which was doing the wrong connections, into the right order. Some of it might see some changes for a short time, but it just balances itself to normality. Carry on, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. So, after applying CO2 liquid plasma 1 week and a half, she feel this. I say no, continuous, because I know the powerful of this. I have tested on my family. We didn't get a disease, but we test this and we know the powerful of this thing. So go on. So she continues. When when fatigue and other things stop, she start going well. And 1 week after, they are very, very, very good. Their F is not effective. And she called me, say, the things have changed for us. We didn't feel anything like before. It's like what all has gone. And at this time, I decided not to increase. So I take zinc oxide plasma liquid, I take CH3 plasma liquid, and CO plasma liquid, and I mix it with CO2 plasma liquid, and I mix it like the first time in all things that they are using. It meaning that their water to drink, their water for cooking, their water to wash clothes and house. And after this small time, when she go to the doctor, doctors text and say, what product you take? She send me instantly message. I say you don't use any medicine, because I know their mentalities. And doctor say, this is not possible because I know your level before. I should go in your home and see if really you don't take any medicine. And doctor carry she and his husband and go to the house. When she goes, she see only water, water, water. And then he is convinced that they don't use nothing. So this is the process that we have used. And doctor said that the way you are going, you are near to finish with the edge. If you continue like this, I think in 2 weeks, you will finish with the edge. This is what doctor have said to her. And the doctor have give her a meeting, or this is not what I can say meeting. She said to come in control after 1 month and he will see what happened. But when we see the results, like she reported me, like I visit her, there is nothing like before you come, they are sleeping, crying, no, all is finished. So this is what we have done about AIDS patients. So now I have I have more than 6. I am replicate the same thing, and I am seeing small the same result like fatigue and other, and I continue to replicate the system, and I will let you know, Mr. Kesh.
So when you return home, can you let us know what's happening?
Yeah, I will do this. Sure, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much. I have signed your paper for your visa to be with us in Rome as a member of the council, and it should be easy for you. It's done. So hopefully you'll be in the council meeting on next week, and you'll meet with the council members.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thanks for the information. So if we understand Paul correctly, he uses the CO2 for every application, and then he changes after a while when the emotional side stabilizes with what he told us. Would you like to repeat it again, that we all understand what you use after the CO2 and the emotional part completed, Paul?
Yeah, for my family or for the
For
patients?
the AIDS. AIDS is the biggest problem in Africa. It's most horrendous thing, and it costs nothing. If you are people, we work within Ghana Atomic, and we are in the process of promoting this in Africa. In European countries, the life exists, what do you call it, it's extended by heavy use of different medication. In a common collaboration between Keshe Foundation and Italian health groups, we are promoting the application of this for AIDS and HIV in Europe, and we will test it in the next few weeks, hopefully. So can you explain to us what you added after that it can be correct on the blueprint, please?
After CO2?
Yes.
After CO2, I take zinc oxide, because when you see her, you know that she needs to repair the tissue, and I take CO to allow her to connect his emotion to other, and I take CH3 because you teach us CH3 is working with hemoglobin. So I was thinking that she will need blood. So I take it, and I say to myself that the virus is not finished in his body. So that is why I have add CO2 plasma liquid on his medicine. So I put these 4 plasma gans liquids together.
That is
and
copper oxide.
What I want to mention here.
Yes, carry on.
She is not drinking any water in his since we start the process, if it is not what I have prepared with the gans, the plasma liquid, same
So she
for his.
only drinks everything you give her, and she doesn't drink anything else.
Yeah, she didn't drink anything else.
Okay, so you use zinc oxide,
Yeah.
you use copper oxide, you
Yeah.
use CH3, and you use CO2.
Yeah, but this is after cleaning the body.
Okay.
First, I use.
Can I just before we go further? In the CO2 was 100% CO2. In the what's the ratio you use when you use the copper oxide, zinc, and CH3 and CO2 for the liquid plasma? What ratio? Is it equal amount or different amounts?
Yeah, it's equal amount.
Equal amount. Okay.
Yeah.
So we say a quarter of each.
Yeah.
Out of a liter, a quarter. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Carry on.
Thank you. Thank you. So I was saying that the first I was thinking according to what I have understand on the property of CO2, that we need to clean the body who is full with the virus and everything. So first I use only for 1 week and a half, I can say 2 weeks, only CO2 plasma liquid. This is the first time. And when everything is stable for her, she don't feel nothing. She don't feel nothing. So I decide to implement the system. So at this time, I mix all these 4 gowns and I give her.
Okay, there is somebody in the background. I don't know if he's present with us. The passing of what you call like blood in urine. When did that happen?
Please?
You said they could see the change of color or passing blood in the urine.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
did that happen?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
Please, I don't get your question.
You said that the lady, they could see the change of the color, and like blood in the urine. When did that happen? When did that take place? In the first days?
Yeah, it is in the first step. When she use only CO2 plasma liquid, she
For how
feel all
long?
these things. Yeah, and she
For
feel
how
also
long?
fatigue and all things.
For how long did they see the change in urine?
The urine is the second day. She starts the process. She have see the changing. The first day she don't feel this, but the second day until the fatigue and all that thing comes, she see it, and after she stop, the urine become more clear.
So the body cleans out what is there, what is not needed, and that's the only process it can do through urine or other ways that we do clean our body. Can you tell me something? Did they change or did they feel any kind of fever?
Yeah, she feel fever. She feel tired on all she's body.
When?
On the first time.
In the first week and a half?
Yeah, she feel it. She feel it after 1 week. She feel fatigue and tired and other thing, fever after 1 week. But the urine have start changing after the second day. Study it means second day she start to see the color of urine change. But she feel fever, tired, and other thing after 1 week.
If you are part, thank you very much, Paul. Is there anything else you can add to this?
Yeah, thank you. What I want to ask, like question, I have make some gowns with the cock of egg. I want to know if it's effective. So what I done, I take a cock of egg, I broke it and add for the first experiment lemon. And after 1 week, all become like all become calcium, all become liquid. And I decide to make another experience. I take again the cock of egg and I add the henna wash inside. So I make henna wash in the water and then I add in the egg cock. And after 3 days, instead for lemon, 7 days, all become part, all become opaque. So I want to know if you can use these calcium gowns for health
Yes.
system.
Yes, it's one of the most natural ways.
Thank you.
You can do it. If you want to match your own structure,
Yeah.
you can use, if you have access to it, or you ever kept it, or your mother kept it, is your own
Yeah.
tooth.
Okay.
If
Thank you.
people have their own tooth and you're building a system specifically for bone diseases and anything else, the best calcium is the calcium which matches you. A lot of families, especially traditionally, keep their first tooth or the teeth of the children. And we done with all our children. We keep it. It's part of the growth of the family. If you have access or you had your tooth pulled and you still have it, going through the same process gives you the matching way to add or to connect to your own structure. This is one of the ways to do it if you have access to it, because it's made of you and carries your fingerprint. You can go through the same process. You can use lemon, or you can use a different way to change the composition of it, like by you can put in like a Coca-Cola to melt it and then add it to the caustic and make a gans of it. But don't forget, there are easier way, as we know, when you have amino acid connection materials. Solids to change into amino acid combination is very difficult. But the same process as you did with the orange, with a cup, you can transfer anything with the amino acid without actually changing its characteristics by transferring through the connection of the amino acid. I repeat it for those of you who have joined us recently in the teaching. This is the process which what we did was we put an orange, for example, on the top. We put a GANs of CO2, the GANs of amino acid which came from the CO2 box, the GANs of copper oxide, and a GANs of CH3 on the other side. And you can add the GANs of zinc oxide on there. You put 5 of them around the cup. You fill it up with the water. Now, in this water, you create a combination of the amino acid. And even you have an orange is based on any fruit has an amino acid connection. So you transfer as a common denominator the property of the orange. You can do the same thing with your tooth because it's amino acid based. That's why it takes the shape and is part of your body. You can do, for example, for bone transplant. You don't need to do the open surgery to take bone transplant from one person to another one to matches or not. You put the joint, the upper part of the knee, on top of the liquid. You repeat the same process with the same containers. You carry the information of the bone, what it needs, into the water. And by giving it as a water to anybody who needs a bone transplant, the same way. This is the extension to the knowledge. People who need kidneys, people who need organ transplant. If you find a matching organ, you don't need to go in and cut the organ anymore to give it. You take the beauty of it, the information of it. You can lie the person with, let's say, with a kidney, which is a perfect kidney, repeat the same process. In the future, I'll teach you how to do it with the GAN systems. And then you transfer the information, what is working of the kidney, into the cup. You replace it back on the person who needs it, or you make them to drink from it on a continuous basis. The replacement will be done. The process of the regeneration will be done. The effectiveness will be done. You don't need to wait for somebody to die and whatever, waiting for an organ anymore. The organ transplant, if people understand how to use this, because of its nano copper, or what do you call nano amino acid transfer of energy to a cup, is finished. I explained this to doctors very recently. You do the same thing. This time the orange is the kidney. Perfect working kidney. You don't need to worry about the DNA fit or not. A father can give it to her son. A mother can give it to the child. If you have a perfect work, you do the same transformation. And all you need to drink it or place it on the damaged kidney, back and the front. It will transform. It takes time. No man should die ever of anything of the physicality anymore. The knowledge is with us, is applying it which counts. You have face deformity. You have problem with your fingers. You have problems with your all sorts of things. Find a parallel which is perfect and copy it back exactly through the orange. The same process. You have people on dialysis machine. Find the child, a brother, a sister, which has the same DNA. Just allow the cup. Just make a cup with ganses on it, as you've done with the orange, and transfer the information across. Make a half a liter here and put on top of the body a 1 liter process. That the stronger by mass transfers the information from the kidney into the cup, and then you transfer this cup as a drink, or by placing it again in 2 half on the body to repair the kidney. The time of operation of the man is finished. It's us who have to extend the knowledge. No child should die waiting for a transplant. Now we understand this process. A lot of hospitals will reject this because they don't make the billions anymore. Operations, failure or success, they're paid. This is what they're after. Bone, people who are waiting for bone transplant, for bone marrow, finding a bone marrow, all the drilling, all the cutting, is over if you understand the process. You're a mother, you're a father, you have a child. Nothing is done, no harm is done if you try it and the child changes. It's our responsibility to take charge, because this is us in the space who has to be in charge and to be correct. I open the knowledge so vast that the application of it creates a condition of the change. There are people with a facial damage. Do whatever. You take the side which is not damaged, you make a GANs of it, and you place it on the right side, the one that's damaged. In a matter of time will replace itself. But you have to understand the process. This is how you will grow organs. You can do the same thing. You have a heart problem. You need to create balance. When you put the heart over the system, you carry all the information of the perfect valve, and then you carry it to your father who has a faulty valve. and no harm done if it slips between the two, and then you will see the changes. We are getting to the process that the changes will come by understanding but not forcing. You have cancer, you know how to eradicate it. You have problems with all sorts of diseases. We call it disease, but these are the changes where the balance has changed. We bring balance to it. If you have family with dialysis, try it and you will see the change. With the dialysis, people on the dialysis, just put the person between 2 containers of CO2. That's all they do. They lie on the machine for hours to get the blood fixed, to clean up a few times a week. This does not need that. Slowly brings the balance, the kidney, the liver, any organ.
Mr. Kesh, good morning.
Yes.
Caroline.
Yes, Caroline.
Yes, I was thinking, you know, there are so many people which are suffering from cortisone injections, and you found a very good solution for that. Can you bring it, please?
Yes, Caroline knows because she was given overdose of cortisone. And a lot of you who have been given cortisone problem with injections of overdose of cortisone for whatever reasons, the pains or whatever you had. Cortisone is a material which our body does not absorb, but it transfers to a plasmatic condition. You'll find like tip of your finger in cold, suffering heavily, in extremities of the body where this cortisone deposits itself. You can withdraw cortisone from the body in a very simple way. What you need to do is 2 ways. When you peel an orange or a lemon, collect the oil of it. It sticks to your hand, sticks to your body. You can use the glands of just the skin, empty very softly that you don't lose any of the oil in a way, and put the skin of the orange on top of the same water and allow it, wash your hand with it. The plasmatic structure has the capability, or you can just peel the orange and lemon with the hand and rub your fingers with it. The cortisone effectiveness reduces and you extract it slowly. It takes time. One of the biggest problems we have is overdose of cortisones, which are applied because of trying to remedy a pain. You create another further pain with it. So use the oil of lemon, oil of orange, and rub it on your fingers and then wash it for a few minutes. Transfer this orange oil into a Gans condition and wash your hand with it. You transfer the cortisone out of the body. This is one of the ways you wash poisons out of the body. We are getting to the position that physically, if we understand it, we do not need anymore the extremities of the present new medicine which is enforced on man in past, let's say 50 years, 100 years. We started today with virus. We've seen it, we have to apply it. The process which, like Paul explained, you bring balance, that's what happens. Golden age of Gans, is he on the line? Is the moderator of the Golden Age of Gans online with us?
Mark House, you mean?
Yes.
I don't see him in the viewers list.
Okay.
If he is there, he can raise his hand, though, if he's under a different name.
We've seen this being reported, that people seeing blood in urine. It means body is getting rid of materials which are not needed. And sometimes it's so heavy that the body rejects it with the blood. This blood, it means it's not needed. It's not a bleeding that you're going to die. We had to wait till the knowledge builds up to the point that you will see. These are the processes that people understand. You do not touch GANs, pure GANs. You never digest pure GANs. You use the GANs of the water or the field of the GANs of the element. I said this before. We're building to the point that you can walk into the machine with cancer, you walk out with the machine with cancer. The knowledge is reaching to the point that it'll be done. There are no side effects because you bring the balance. When there is an extra or depleting, you get side effects. Because it's a balance, give and take. It's a plasma, it's always gravitational, magnetical, and when it finds a balance, reaches the point of no transfer, you will find the perfect condition. If we understand the application of the technology on the health side, man will survive in the space for thousands of years. This is how the others do. And this is what we try to establish. I received a text from Vivek earlier on, past few days, regarding this disease. And I said, it's time to bring the change. And I said, I take the responsibility for this. I stand any court of law to tell me we can prove it. We have found solution to every disease for the man, every organ replacement, and everything else at no cost. The hospitals will close down.
Can I
Because,
bring,
pardon,
sorry. What if we don't close the hospitals, but make them as centers for people to collect their ganses? Keep the
and
nurses in place.
sooner or later, there is no need for hospitals. We find people who care, but the way the hospitals have been promoted as a way of finance to create huge amount of money will not be there. We've seen in the recent past a large number of the directors of the hospitals resign because of the ethical issues, because they have to operate to create finances for the hospital. This is the problem. At the moment, a huge amount of increase in operations is unnecessary operations just to get money from the insurance companies to pay that the doctors' wages can be paid. There is a very big problem. I explain to you an experience and you will understand. Very recently, past few days, we live by the sea where we are. I was looking and thinking, you know, in olden days and the new days of it, we call it execution. In olden days, they used to call it the walk the plank. If you had a mutiny, if you had something in the sea you didn't want to handle, you made the man to walk the plank, which is a piece of wood, to jump in the sea, and you go, and the man dies. It's a way of execution. You wash your hand, you don't strangle the guy, you don't shoot the guy, but in a way, you made the decision for the soul of the guy. Where does the soul of the man goes, which had the fear and went through the fear of the death? Where does the man go when he stands in front of the firing squad to be killed? where the man goes when we see the situation in different part of the world. Where does the soul of the man go? Man, that's a collective, as fish, the dog, the cow you're slaughtering millions, and the man you kill by firing a squad or whatever. The soul of this planet is crying for help. The soul of these people adds to the soul of the planet, which is suffering soul. If you bring balance, do we need, would we, or would the change of the structure will change the same thing as the inner structure of the planet to a peaceful planet? Where does the soul go? How do we change the condition? If we give, we have no precautions. There are nothing to damage. But if it's taken, we have to pay the price for it. The color of the soul of this planet is very dark. You need to be outside to see what we see from outside in the universe, due to the suffering which has become part of the structure of this planet. For the first time, we have a chance, we have opportunity to change it. And when that structure changes, the opening of the doors starts. We are working in the background with the governments. We are looking at different structures of starting the world peace. We are negotiating in different levels. We see how terrorism has become a way of creating control, and we have found the structures within the European governments or European structure that other governments promote violence and murder and all sorts for there to control what they want to control. Do we need to change the leaderships, or do we need to change the governments, or do we need to change the people as a whole in that direction? Do we need to elevate the soul of the man? As Paul said, make it a peaceful house. The house of the man is the planet. Do we need to start changing and get a mixture of what you have as a zinc and copper and the rest and start using it? One of the biggest problem will be, let's say you go to a shop, you want a clothes. How are you going to pay for it? Or do we go to the factories and make things that we know others need, and one day they use it because we receive what we need, what we have? I said in my recent talks, communism was the nearest thing to the man's social structure till the leaders of the communist countries got it back into themselves to be more stronger and much richer. Communism is not the answer, but balance of the souls will bring us answer. If you cannot walk away from this, is not theology, is the way which this technology will change the course. Do we go to work to suffer, or do we go to work out of the pleasure that we can help the others? Do we need to work 9 to 5, or I work when I need, when I like, but I know with me working brings pleasure to the others because I receive everything I have. I don't go to the supermarket to pay at the cashier, and the man who stands there is short of money, he cannot have food. The man goes to work with the pleasure knowing it helps the others. This is how it works in the universe, and we are here to change the condition. I've stood many times behind man in the cashier where he doesn't carry the money, or something is extra than is in his pocket. It's come from Africa. That's all he was given to survive. And he has to put the pieces of food back. The guy refuses to supply. I always say, I pay. Do we need to pay out of the pocket? Or Do we bring the change that the society changes, that we don't need a pocket? We are reaching to that point. Do we farm to have money to live, or do we farm that at the end we know whatever we need, we can have, it'll be produced and be there for our comfort? It's against all the ethos of what we've been brought up, but soon we'll catch up. Those of you who use this technology for medicine, for application of energy, for application of food, soon you will not go to supermarkets. Soon you will not need to go to the hospital. It's there, but doctors have no job. There are no patients. What do? Do we put all these doctors on the queue of unemployment, or we supply? They were there when we needed them. That's brought our race to where it is now. There is a need in the structure of the society, and that need will come very fast. The doctors doesn't believe the woman has HIV, no medicine. The companies in America and Europe which are making all these HIV medicines have no market. Share stock collapse. Who pays for the pensioners who put the money into the pension policies to pay from benefit of a man with the AIDS in Africa that they can have a comfortable life in Europe? So you see the change hits from the top to bottom. Or do we look after the pensioners in Europe with the pleasure of life? That they do not need to participate in criminal activities of what they call shareholding. You are not aware of what I've started, but I know where I'm going to take the mankind. You can walk to the shop. You can take the most beautiful clothes. You never pay for it because you know you do something else somewhere else to make the process comfortable for the others. Pleasure of serving will become more than pleasure of taking. This is not a dream anymore. This is a reality which will hit us very, very soon. And it's coming into operation very fast. World leaders are signing themselves to it. They ask us to confirm, we show. We ask them to confirm, and they deliver. They understand the gravity, and it's for us to deliver it. Walk to a man with the AIDS and give him water and say, I look after you. I'll bring you water every day. You don't need to pay me. I have something at home which can make you to be a father to your child. You don't need to have AIDS. How many have been buried in Africa? How many in Western world are waiting with uncertainty that when the AIDS will come worse and HIV takes over the whole lot? Now you can go to them. A lot of you have written to me over years, do you have a solution for AIDS? My father, my mother, my son is suffering with it. Yes, you received the answer today. We have had the answer for years, but it would have been alive. Now it's across from Africa to Europe. Many of you suffer with addiction, drugs, addiction to different injections. Start using CO2 and zinc oxide. Satisfy the emotion. When you see the drug, you vomit. Arman has asked me many times, can you give us a solution for drug addiction? Arman, you got your gift. You look for physical improvement. I look for a change of the soul of the planet. Write it, promote it across the internet. The governmental forces behind them have blocked us from going open internationally, but to be on the news because they have no more news to sell. When the man doesn't fight, is there a need for CNN? They report nothing but death and murder and what they've initiated their masters. Now they report it to sell more advertising and what they paid the guns to do. Give a cup of zinc oxide with CO2 to the man who fired, and under any name, American Army, ISIS, Palestinian Jews, then you will see the change. They would not understand it, they will walk away from it. If you make it stronger, put it in your cores and let it run, you will see the change. You need a double core, or you need triple core, and then in it, add zinc oxide. And for it to change the ethos of the soul of the man, add iodine. But don't forget, iodine will not work if you don't put cobalt in it. All of you, you're very happy to see a reactor connected together and you get 70% reduction. In a way, the power generation is irrelevant. Start applying the technology for what is released, not for what you want to copy. We give you all the technology for those who don't know, and the common man does not know how to do it. We produce it, we give it, and as we did this week, we gave last week to our Italians. Anything the government needs, they can have from the factory. The response is, what do we do with this? How do we apply it? We don't know. What are you giving us that we don't understand? And now our job is, it's there, you see the result, now we work in the structure to give it to you that is there to use when you need it.
Mr. Kesh, there's a document that's come out called Plasmatic First Aid, and I'm wondering if you want to have a look at that maybe. And
I've seen it. You can release it. Show it, please.
Okay.
You want me to stop sharing?
I think I can automatically do that.
Okay.
Just get it lined up here.
It's the one with the blue box. Yes.
The blue box, yeah, I guess there's a blue box.
You haven't seen that one. This is part of the same. Okay. Can you go through it for us, please?
Yeah, let me just get it lined up a bit better here. So it all gets in. There we go. And I have to get it in live stream.
While you're doing this, till you read it, those of you who suffer from neuro damage and you have pain, phantom pain, you've been in war zone like Americans or others who've been to the war zones in one way or another way to support their ideology. Being wrong or right is not our job. It's wrong on which side and right on which side. Try to use the gans of CO2 for your body. Spray your body with it on regular basis and you'll find out the pain will disappear. You don't need to suffer. When the pain disappears, the deformities created because of it will disappear too. This is important for a lot of people. Even if you've been in an accident, an operation, and you have all sorts of pain, you find CO2 gans, but sometimes if it's too strong, certain amount of zinc oxide in it will alleviate your pain very, very rapidly. And because the pain is not there, you might find the growth of the organ or what you have been looking for. Carry on.
Okay, so you see the document here. It's called Plasmatic First Aid. And it shows the use of different ganses for different body systems and how to make gans. and we have different systems on how to use the GANS water, including spray, compress, drink, inhale, bath, stand or lay between, and
Who has
rotate.
made this?
Where
is this put?
I think this information may have come from Klaus. Is that true? Is Klaus there to
It's Klaus Miller, yes.
Yes, this comes from me.
Can you put this as a blueprint on the front page of the Keshe Foundation, both FSSI and Spaceship Institute?
Yeah, they're still working on it. Well, it was a work in progress through this workshop to actually start changing a few things that weren't quite correct and so on. So, but I thought maybe with your help, it might be good to go through it live to correct anything that might need any last minute changes, and then maybe it could be used as that document.
I'll look at this private in time, and then it'll be done straight away.
Okay.
Yeah, because we got to look what is there and look at in the depth.
So
this
it's not,
comes from
not
the
necessarily
medical application of the Keshe Foundation.
Not necessarily official yet, but this is a preliminary document, let's say.
Yeah, but there is a blue box which has been developed by, and I've seen through the rescue system of the Italian side, a blue box.
Oh, the GANS box.
The first aid GANS, the first aid kit.
I think I saw that from Ella.
Yes,
we put these together. Pardon?
Ella did this. It was both published in this group for Aid to Italy.
Yeah, we put that with this, that you can see you can do it yourself. These are the beauty of the sharing knowledge so openly. Well, I'll do this immediately within the next 24 or 48 hours or whatever, that we can release as a plasmatic first aid. This is a beautiful job, Klaus. Thank you very much.
Mr. Keshe.
I wonder if Stanley has a picture of those, or Ella has a picture of those boxes. I'm trying to.
Would you share it with us, please?
I'm trying to find where they were.
Stanley, do you have it with you in the background? You can share a screen with us on it.
I will prepare, yes. Rick, if you go to that group for Italy, you will find them there.
Oh, okay, maybe that was it, yeah.
You are part of the Italian group, Rick. I remember when I set it up, I put your name in it.
Yeah, I couldn't remember where I saw the pictures. There's so many groups and so many things coming in.
The past few days.
Yeah,
this past
and there's a long conversation there. There it is. I found it now. Okay. Okay, so I'll put that picture. There's 3 of them all together. Let me get that set up.
I have a very extreme thought while you're doing this, and you understand. Those of you who have faced amputation of limb or deformities to your limbs, doesn't matter, arm, fingers, foot, whatever. What we're looking for, a simpler version. If you make the gas water of CO2, copper oxide, zinc oxide, calcium oxide, and CH3, and in a way on a regular basis, or you can keep at the end of where the amputation has taken place. Somebody's got the line open. This patch, we would like to know if we can restore regeneration of the limb. We've done that with the solid nanoplates. I think the GANS state of the matter or liquid plasma of it should be much more effective to regenerate the limbs. The question is, how far down the road has happened? How far has happened? What has happened to it? But in reality, this can be done. If you have such a, or you have access to people with such a problem, you won't see it tomorrow. This thing takes months. But if you don't have a finger lost, or you have a leg which is amputated, and you live with prosthesis, put at the end of it a patch or a bag which contains this material. I think I'm correct to say we should see the extension and growth of the limb. I've done it and it works, but with the presence of the liquid plasma, I think you'll find a faster growth rate. The problem is, does the duration of the amputation counts, or do we regenerate the cells to do? Show this and then I'll explain why I think it should work. Carry on, Rick, please.
Okay, well, we see the kit here. This is it in operation, I guess you might say. And the previous picture, let me just reshare the previous one. Which was this one.
This is the internal box of the CO2 GANs making system, but a smaller version.
Right, and Ella's point was that this could be made very inexpensively, at a few dollars basically, with these pieces, and that could be a way of educating people how to make GANs themselves, rather than just giving them GANs or giving them a pain pad or something else like that. That in a survival situation, people could make their own GANs, make their own survival tools with their own kit like this. They can learn to make it themselves, was her idea.
We saw this box in the original CO2 boxes, which we released. This box is very familiar, but now it's miniaturized. It's a smaller box and a bigger box. Now, using the smaller box to create what you want is more or less the same. It's a very good idea. That's beautiful. We used to put all the accessories of the bigger, what do you call it, CO2 kit into this, that when we ship it, and the shipping cost is too much. Maybe this is a solution. I'm sure this is a solution.
You can see the measurements here of roughly 15 centimeters, or half a foot, 6 inches. So that would probably be in a shipping size that would be much cheaper from post offices and places like that.
Okay, thank you very much. By the way, before I forget, thank you very much for that, Ella and the rest. The trials, the patch trials of the for the eye, for the skin, you should start receiving these next week. Please, once you receive your units, confirm back to us that you have received it, that we can open your file for monitoring on the medical side. This is important. Once you receive your material, it comes in sachets. As I told you, we had to change the rules and regulations according to the Japanese permits which we received. And you receive it. It's got 3 colors of red, blue, and green. Depends which one you've been given. You have to understand they are more or less the same material. It's just the way we apply it for the application. And please, once you receive it, immediately inform the Keshe Foundation health groups that you have received your, what do you call it, the sashes. And then follow what is the instruction. If you don't understand it, come back to the support. The support team will tell you exactly what you got to do with it. So the clinical trials on the products now it'll be out. It would have been out this week, but we had a slight problem in what do you call it, in packing. So it should be out early next week. You receive it. You see the. Do we have the picture of what you're going to receive, please? Is it on
Yes,
the website yet? Can
Rick,
you release it, please?
Rick, if you look in the chat, I sent you the link.
Have you received the link?
Sorry, it says not found. Let me see. Maybe it's different.
We had to change the parameters, first of all, for transportation, and secondly, to conform within the license we given to produce materials for clinical trial by the Japanese authorities.
There, I got it now. Okay.
Guys, capsule.
I've got it here now. Okay, so.
Okay, this is what you're going to receive, and follow the procedure, please. Each one carries its own paper, and if you have any problem, just get in touch with the support system of the Keshe Foundation. You'll receive this through procedures which you set up. And when you receive it, please register back with us that you have received the material, and we can monitor anything that you do or any changes you see. There is a further development on this. As I said, we see, especially for the eye, depends on the condition that you have, if CO2 works on itself, or you can add the gases of other materials to it to improve the vision. As you know, I'm one of the guinea pigs myself with this process. We are monitoring it very closely, and I see the changes. I stopped using it for about 4 or 6 weeks, and I saw that the balance wasn't created, so I was deteriorating back again. And in using it again in past 2 weeks, I see the changes again. I don't need I don't have that much problem with the sight. So it's a long-term process. To what extent we learn through our own trials. Thank you very much, Rick. I want to share the information on this, what do you call it, what we said about, can you see my white screen? Okay, talking about the amputation or neuro damage on the face, you have a lot of these things. The doctors touch the face, you've been born with the scars, with the pain, you had an amputation of the leg or whatever. If let's say this is the leg, we usually see the formatting of this. The muscle tissue changes, makes a conical shape at the end, even with the arm amputation. What I'm interested in, and we can do it, and you can too, you have to tell us, to make a patch which fits more or less to something around, this is your patch. We're looking anything around, you have to go beyond the information change. The information change at the point of cut does not allow the bone to grow. If you look, the other muscle tissues grow and they cover themselves. You have a lump of meat at the end. What we are interested in, to go up somewhere about 10 centimeter plus into the perfect part, the bone structure. So if this is the end of the bone, we would like it to go about 10 or 15 centimeter up. Just make a patch that you can put it on and it covers. And what I'm interested in is if you start feeling anything at all in this part, especially in this part of the body. If you have any metals attached to this point, some people put different thing to at the point of the operation, you cannot use. If you have any metal in your body at the point of the amputation or replacement of the whatever, you cannot use this because it's going to cause you huge problems. These are for the people like you walked on a landmine in Africa. You had an accident with your finger, whatever. You put this at least by ratio. If it's your finger and it's the tip or whatever, or if it's your arm, you put prosthesis at least about 1/3 up of the length. And I want to know how you will change. If you start seeing a systematic growth in the organ, in the arm, in the leg. Discomforts with it. You have to go at the bone structure. You cannot cover the loose structure, and you have to go beyond the bone structure by good depth. Because you need the bone to be able to create the flesh around it. Don't forget, at the point of, if you look at the amputation, at the point of amputation, information has been blocked. The reason you don't grow is because here, the amino acid has changed its orientation from conductive to insulation. And the most strangest thing is the calcium, which stops. The bone, the meat, the flesh grows around it. So you need a patch with a zinc oxide. You need a patch with a calcium. You need a patch CO2 in it. That should be part of the GANs which you put in your patch. You need Cu, or you have, sorry, you need zinc, calcium, Co, CuO, and CH3. Zinc is, magnesium is needed in these GANs. So if you look at it, you mix the mixture and just put it on the patch, on the end of the amputation. And measure, take a picture. You have to take a picture and monitor it for 3 to 6 months. If you see any changes, but it has to cover the whole of the amputation as a patch. I think it can do, because I've done it at the point of amputation, when amputation was done. With this meat growing on the top, it might create a blockage, but in time the body might use it to allow to become part of the flesh itself. Maybe 50 to 100% we are right. Maybe there is no need for a child to walk on the mine and be what you call disfigured for life. I've done it with a finger. Now we see the progress. It's time to start giving back what we have taken away. If you have phantom pain, use this patch and see if the phantom pain goes away. And then see if there is changes. I've tried this and it works. I want it to be mass, if we can do, to see if we can extend. But the main component has to be the zinc, the copper, and the calcium. You need the CO for information. You need CH3 for changes. Just leave it there. It does nothing. It's just a patch. Any other question, or we stop for today?
Mr. Kesh, there was a question perhaps would be good to answer with was Ingrid, I believe, that was asking in the chat. She says, according to Mr. Kesh, the liquid plasma, which she says is only some drops of GANS water in distilled water, is much more powerful than the GANS water itself, especially if it is stirred with a nano-coated stir. So she says, could we get this topic clarified? When to use the GANS water and when to use the liquid plasma, which is a few drops of the GANS water in distilled water. Is there a difference?
It depends on the, it will carry the same information. It will carry the same plasmatic condition.
Is that the true definition to start with? As far as,
yeah, but
is that the
depends
way
what
we
you
look
stir
at
it into.
Mm-hmm.
By changing the field strength, you change matter to matter. Depends what you are. I'll tell you how to test it. You will understand it very, very clearly. I've said this before. You try it, and then you understand how much the stirring will affect the strength and the potency. Get yourself a chili, a normal chili. Break it up in a few pieces. Put it in the liquid water. And then put a stirrer into it at different speed and just stand on top of it. You won't be able to stand the whole, you just run away out of the kitchen. The smell, the odor, you don't touch, you don't even take the stirrer out. It's inside the liquid. It's so powerful that you can't even stand. You taste the pepper, everything. You get a drop, put it in another water, and see if you stir it, you get the same taste and the smell back again. Then you understand. You homogenize the strength of the plasma at given strength. This is what I'm trying to achieve with our flight people, and they don't get it. The stirring is bringing what level you want to lose, what level you want to manifest at one magnetic gravitational field strength. This is the difference. Any other question?
I have a message that the Chinese groups want to show the generator. If Mr. Kesh has enough time, please let us show.
Please go ahead.
I don't know what group it is. It's a message from Caroline. I have no idea who it is. I've got 4 people with their hands up. Maybe Bob Young. I think he's a translator. I'll promote him to panelist. And maybe it's Fang Zi. He had his hand up earlier. I'll promote him to panelist. I don't Emilio sent me a message that he would like to had a question regarding the hybrid system. He had his hand up. And there's a Ralph
Let's see what the Chinese have to do.
Yeah, I'm not
sure. Let me explain to you. We have come to an agreement with the Chinese on a basis, as I said, that 4 systems will be tested by them, will be developed by them to deliver the energy unit. And as you remember, October of last year, we put energy in exchange for peace. And now we are coming to agreement with governments on that term. And the energy for peace is the fundamental corner block of the work of the Keshe Foundation. Man is energy, hungry for energy, so we give it to the Chinese, that the Chinese government, Chinese army become part of the peace process for world as a whole. We respect the way they work, and we negotiate the same with the Americans and the rest. So if the Chinese, we know who it is, let them show us that. You mean Zhangjiang?
think Bob Young might be able to tell us something about that, Bob, or is that true?
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Cash.
Who's speaking?
This is Bob Young from China.
Yes.
And China's group have some generators to show. So
Please go ahead.
Mr. House is sharing the screen right now.
Can you allow them to share, please, Rick?
Now, Mr. His ID is Fanzi. Fanzi.
Ah, Mr. Fan from the China. Yes, okay. Okay? Let him come on.
你现在可以点那个分享啊。
You have, like, can I expand if I'm correct? Mr. Fang Fanzen, I can't pronounce it. Sorry about my lack of tongue movement. He's a gentleman who built the medical systems. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so he is working very closely on the line with the Chinese development, and we've seen some of the work. Go ahead, please share it.
请分享吧。
Started his screen sharing, but it's not coming through yet. Might have to wait a bit. Maybe there's a bandwidth issue.
I have to say, Mr. Fangji is one of the groups which we have agreed to release the blueprint of the systems, and the work are doing themselves in the background is part of it.
Bob, you may have to ask him to restart the screen sharing because it's not coming through at this point. Usually it should come through by now.
OK。房子，你现在可以重新分享一下。你现在是黑屏的状态，然后应该是要关了再重新开吧。He said he cannot share. He doesn't know why.
Tell him to go out of Zoom and come back in again. Usually solves it.
Okay.
Because I've shared the screen with him before, I know his system works.
Yeah, and that's the advice you've given before, and that's worked too to fix that problem.
I've had a few meetings with them. The system works with us. It's just giving it time.
Okay, I'll promote him to panelist again and see if that works. Okay, go ahead and try your screen sharing again. Okay, we see it's starting the screen sharing, but we don't see any screen yet. But it might take a bit.
你这视频还是黑的。
He could try just sharing the window and making the window a little smaller. That might help with the bandwidth.
OK， 我看你可以，他说你可以只分享那个不是整个桌面，就是屏幕而已。就是只是屏幕的话，应该可以，有可能解决。
It seems that there is no oh, it went out.
Oh.
Oops.
Could you, if they can't get in through, Paul, can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes.
Can you ask them to organize? I have a look at it outside today on my Zoom.
Okay. Well, which ID is that?
I've got all these details, or I'll find a way to get in touch with. I'll sort it out, no problem. I'll have a look at it separate outside.
Okay.
If you can't share it, just
please just let me try one more time. Okay. Last time.
okay, no problem.
Please in.
He doesn't speak English. That's
No. No, he doesn't.
yeah.
Rick, please promote him.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and try again. Ah, now we have something.
Yeah, we are. Okay, that's good.
Fantastic.
Okay, now can we share? You can share the video if you want.
你可以现在那个播放视频了。
These guys eat and breathe the plasma technology in this group.
You have a zoom window over the video. We don't see the central part.
它中间有一个小的那个窗口，是不是？那是什么？
Okay, carry on, please.
可以播放了。
Yep. Can you speak?
Yes. 房子你在吗？能说话吗？
Back on again.
The Zoom window is overlaid again. If he could share a window rather than his desktop, maybe that's the issue.
他说你可以把那个不要分享整个桌面，就分享屏幕。
I think he is sharing the video.
He's gone. He's disappeared.
Back again.
Mm-hmm.
He's moving it. Okay, what does he want to show us?
你想要分享什么？
Disappeared again.
You'll have to share the sound if you want to do this.
方子，你把声音先打开嘛。他要大概介绍一下你要分享什么。
Okay, perfect. Now let him speak, please.
Okay. 你可以说话了，你把那个静音那里切换一下。
Oh, we brought the Zoom back up again.
能听见我说话吗？
能听到，能听到，你说嘛。
那刚刚听不到是吧？
刚刚听不到，你刚刚是不是静音了？
哦，是这样的，那个我想展示一下这个离网发电系统，想
Okay, talk. Now we can hear.
OK， 你说。
The video is playing.
是这样的，那个我现在说话还能听见吗？离得远。
听得见，听得见。说。
这是我做的一个水泵和电动机组合的一个启动的这个装置，但是因为这个东西呢，没法启动，因为它只能输出220伏的电流，但是它那个功率不够。能看见吗？
我能看见，你那个启动的方式是它那个蓝图上的启动方式是吧？
蓝图上的启动方式，但是这种方式呢是启动不了的。220伏的这个通过水泵的这个输出的发的这个电呢是没法启动这个能量单元的。这是一个，这是我的这个水泵。
那我先问这个。
可以接着给你看一下。
He's saying that he cannot start the system with this, how to say it, this system.
Yes, we explained this last week again, that you have to look inside your compressors, how your compressor is set up. This is the problem with people who can't achieve. You have to look at, if you go, tell him to go backwards.
所以呢，这个启动不了，我就换了一种方式启动。我现在是用这个，两个电瓶，串联并联，然后通过一个逆变器，然后发电，然后再接入到这个我的能量单。
What is that black box? Can you explain to us, please?
This black compressors and those two green ones are batteries.
No, this gadget 200
inverter.
Oh, it's a battery, okay.
这是一个2000瓦的逆变器，我可以打开让你们看。
It's an inverter of 2000 watts.
Yeah. The problem is between his capacitors, the compressors. Bernie and Douglas are in the background. They can tell you exactly what it means. These compressors, they have a generator winding in them. Bernie, would you like to come in and explain the reason, or Douglas?
Yes, Mr. Cash.
现在呢，两台压缩机都可以完全正常启动。
Can you listen, please?
你先让那个瑞南说。Okay.
Go ahead, Remy.
Okay, on the compressor, you have 3 wires going to the compressor. These 3 wires, we have if you look at the circuit diagram of this compressor.
Can you, hold on, can you ask him to switch off his microphone, please?
There's some other interference. I shut off another microphone.
Okay. Go ahead. Start from the beginning, Werner, please.
Okay. For every compressor, there are 2 windings there, and you have 3 wires going there, going out from the compressor or going to the compressor. These 3 wires, one is connected to the running coil, and another wire goes to the starting coil. This running coil and starting coil are joined together on one end, and this joint is where this 3rd wire is connected. So on the diagram, on the blueprint, we label this as letter C, or the point C, where the starting coil and the running coil join together. So we have these 3 wires. It is important to use this joint or this junction, which is the letter C junction on the blueprint, and the starting coil. This is where these two are what we use. The running coil is usually connected to the starting coil
能听到我说话吗？
through a device called I think it's the PTC, which detects if the voltage from the starting coil surpasses that of the input, that it can transfer the connection or it the running coil.
We're not going to get anywhere with the translation on this unless we do it right away or do it line by line. I think he doesn't understand.
The background for them. They translate in the background.
So,
Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, good.
If their circuit is not working, they have to check on this part, because this part is where the important function to happen.
Can you explain to Mr. Feng that is the connection and operation between the generator and the compressor winding which blocks the process? And that is what Bernie is trying to explain.
And these two compressors should be connected crisscross, meaning one
in a
line.
loop.
Yes, and in a loop, and you only have to tap in between.
It has to be connected in the right way in the loop.
I think he's connected the right way, exactly as the blueprint shows.
Okay, so what happens when you start? Did it start the compressor? Or any of the compressors starts first, then the one will follow?
Okay, let me ask him, please. 他说你是两个都启动了吗？还是一个都全部都没启动？压缩机。
是这样的，不管是用水泵还是用那个逆变器，两个都无法。就是压缩机可以两个正常启动，但是听不到切换声音，听不到等离子体自运行的那一步，知道吗？
你就说一切换的时候就直接都熄火了，是吧？
也就是说，他没有听到切换的声音，没有听到那个咔咔切换的声音，但是两台压缩机完全都可以正常运行，这个没问题。
就说把它切换到独立运行的时候不行了。
对对对。
He said the two compressors were working very well, but when he switched this to the off-grid setup, they are not working anymore.
Yeah, because at the interface, one of the power goes to 110, and this is the problem. The drop is not 200, even they think it is 220. It drops to 110 because of the configuration. We have measured that, we know, and that's why the system does not drop in. Without the compressors, if he's got his connection correct, he should see even the lights coming on. Over unity should be achieved with that. Douglas, are you in the background?
He's on the list.
Mr. Cash, you said the light will came out of where?
Between the two compressors, the first compressor only delivers 110 instead of 220. It's due to the winding of the compressor. The way they wind some of these compressors does not. Douglas, can you come and explain, because you can explain this directly to them. Hello, Douglas.
I think he's out from his computer, Mr. Cash.
Maybe
By
it's
the way, the winding on the starting coil can generate more voltage, but the moment the compressor is running, the running coil will take over, which has the smaller winding. So maybe this is the reason of lesser voltage output from, say, from 220 it goes to 110. That's what we see. This is the one on the this happens on when it is running. This is on one line, and also we're using one line for this setup through the compressor. If you have a system that is 110 on one line and 110 on the other line, which is same as what we have here, this happens not having 220 on one line.
And he's using more than 12 capacitors, so it's relevant, right?
I had to mute Fancy as motorcycle action was a bit too loud there.
Yeah.
If he goes without going through the compressor directly to the light bulbs, he should receive he should be able to light up directly with OA Unity, because that should be done.
Mr. Kesh, I think Clint can also add some explanation for this because he had the first-hand experience on the output of 110 on one side.
Okay, can you explain to him?
Clint, go ahead, Clint.
The process is that now we don't use these compressors. The newest structure, finding the compressors which have a generate capability at the same time as our circuit plus a capacitance is sometimes, as mainly we found it difficult for people to get where our system had it. So we have gone into the solid state that these compressors are not needed. So if you bear with us for a short time, we will release the new way. But if you find a capacitor, it's on the drawing. If you follow the drawing, the way it's been excited, you should be able to produce the, what do you call it, the energy, the way it's done with the blueprint. Is the generator winding in the first compressor which triggers the process. Until you don't get that, you will have a problem with the whole process.
Okay.
Yeah, we know that. Secondly, Mr. Panji will receive the blueprint anyway for the development for the Chinese government. He's one of the groups which has been appointed. So tell him don't worry much. He'll receive the blueprint, and his job will be directly sent to the Chinese leadership.
I see Clint is standing by here, Mr. Kesh.
Pardon?
Clint is standing by here. I think you wanted to say
Yes,
something.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to share a screen so I can explain it clearly.
Please. Bob, you have to translate after this for them. It's easier than holding back.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. This is from the Keshe Foundation Innovation Center. So please don't, go away. Go ahead.
Okay, can you see the drawing now?
Yes.
All right. So this is the terminal of the compressor. So if this is your common or C, let's say this is your running, and this will be your starting. If you open your compressor, you could see a winding inside in here like this. All right. Now, in between of these, there's a what we call a PTC. And during start, if you wire this one, say sorry. You wire from here. This will be your, let's say, your common line. And during the start, run. This will be your live line. Okay. Now, when during start, this point will engage until this PTC will disengage. The PTC is just like a a resistor with a thermostat. When the thermo switch, it's just like a thermo switch. When the temperature reach up to point that this connection will cut off. So the connection will only run with run and the common. So this starting point here is not connected anymore. So this is the one you can get a 110 volts up to 20 volts when you connect this one from here to here. Okay, I think that's what's inside. You can see in the compressor.
So are you saying you bypass the PTC altogether because your wiring diagram from the plus on the line in going there goes both to the R and the S. Okay, let's.
This process.
Right, so it just goes to that terminal. Okay, that's better. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. During start, this point and this point will go together. Then when the temperature gets higher, this will disengage. So during running, after disengage, only running and the common line will have the line. So you could get a voltage out of this point from the starting point, this node here, and you can get around 110 to 20 volts from it.
You have to look at the connection in the back of your compressors because each factory produces their own way. It's important to look at the.
Yes, there are compressors that the output of the start between the common is only 110 volts. Even your supply is 220 volts, as what Mr. Kesh says. So you have to. It won't work if you have 220 input and then you have 110 output, because we have a loop connection here to another compressor to another compressor. If you have 110 input and you can get 110 output, and it would be great. We could if you're just following the blueprint, you could duplicate what Douglas system.
Yeah, the blueprint is what is used because he has a generator in one of his compressors in the background. And as I said, we have already done with it. We don't use any compressors in the new setup, and it's much easier to generate energy in that process.
Yes.
But you have to understand what is internally connected in your compressor. And the thermal switch is just a trigger point at a high drop. And this is the way it works. But you can use different kind of connections and different kind of. If you look at the way it's in the blueprint where we put compressor A and B, John in Arizona showed he's changed the compressors with the maglev units. You don't need the compressors, but if you understand what the compressors are there to do and how you can trigger it, it's the same process. It's not reducing, but generating to reduce while the production of the maglev units produced at 70%, which you saw the drop in John's system, because now the maglev unit become the generator of the power. Then you don't need supply from the grid. This is some of the things which you overlook. A lot of people just overlook when they say, oh, I see 70% reduction in my supply. But ask yourself, where is the other 7% come? It's no magic. It has to come from somewhere. It's the MAGRAV units which produce that 70. Otherwise, your system hasn't dropped in its consumption. The fan still runs, the heater still runs, and the rotor motor still runs. The reduction in what we see, which is shown by John in Arizona factory, has to come from somewhere. It's the MAGRAV units which have produced that. And the other 30% which you don't see in the total reduction, you have to look what's behind that wall after the plug. They are taking the rest. You got to look at your meter at the common ground with the government, your national meter, and see what is the reduction. We've seen this in Germany in the very recent past. In Germany, they receive bills once a year. We had huge commotion with Germany. They say this is not working, it's all wrong. But now the first annual bill since they start using the MAGRAV has come in. We sent you a copy, I think Rick has it somewhere. Something like 18 kilowatt hour has been reduced to 4 point something kilowatt hour, because you don't see it on your system, the governmental unit where you get your bills, you see the reduction. It's nearly 75% reduction plus. That reduction you see behind that wall, this is what we say. I don't agree with what is shown by John, but at least it shows directly the energy reduction is what the MAGRAV system takes energy from its environment. And one becomes the generator to the other. Always, remember, it doesn't matter how perfect we make these MAGRAV units, and they are as good to go through the same production, there is always one weaker than the other. So one becomes a generator to the other, and in that process, you tap into the energy you're using from it. While one energy is going to supply the other one, you tap what is outcoming. It's not nothing is without the source. It's just understanding that 70% reduction, why we loop it. We loop the two systems, why we put two compressors against each other is, if you look, one of the compressors has a capacitor. For the time to create the capacitance to be charged, it means one capacitor is lower than the other side. And by the time the other side tries to feed it, it takes over. So a continuous tic-tac between the two flow, you drain from it. It's not that's what I said. The terminology of free energy is meaningless. Understanding that the energy comes from somewhere. In this process, we understand. There is a reason. If you look at the two compressors, one has a capacitor. That capacitance to be charged always lags the other. So the other one tries to feed. And what you do is like literally putting a truck from A to B. And on the way from A to B, you continuously take one pallet out of the truck at every stop. It comes back to B, it gets filled up, and on the way back, you take some more pallets out of it. So that's where your energy comes from. It's availability of energy from the GANs which comes into operation. It's not that when we plug it in, you see from 1160 to 300 and something. Where is it coming from? It doesn't come from fresh air. It comes from the MAGRAV system. In the way they are structured, trying to feed each other, you collect the energy from it. And the load sits at that point. They are taking load at the junction of the two transformation. If you look, it's literally, if I can show it to you through here, I have to go full size, I think, to be able to use this option. Oop, I've lost it. Can you allow me to annotate on that, please? Can you put the picture back up? Rick, the last picture. Yeah, okay, I'll go with the option here. You see, in this system, as you go from positive to negative, as the flow, for example, goes in either direction, you take it. I have to go to a thicker pen. And as you try to flow between the two, what you're doing is you're tapping into the energy here. In the transportation, you take from here and here, and that becomes part of your energy system. Whatever this is trying to feed to here, on the way you pinch from it for what you need here. And then because one is lower than another one, when this one is trying to feed this one, you take some more. Doesn't come that you see the reduction. The reduction is a supply of energy from the MAGRAV units. Here the compressors become generators on switch time. This register compression, especially A, has, I keep on repeating, has a generator inside the generator winding. So in fact, it's exactly what you see the MAGRAV unit. That's how we have changed this. But this is not our problem. This is not the problem. The problem is this. The problem is clicking on and changing this to a process that once you connect it as a feedback is self-sufficiency. This we have now, we don't have in the new system we even looked at this morning, in the, where is my thingy? In the system we have looked this morning with our team, we don't have this anymore, these are gone. These two have disappeared. So we don't have any more dynamic system at all in our system. These are all gone. So we have the knowledge, we have replaced these with the static system, and so the possibility of failure in the motors doesn't exist. The compressors are not there anymore. This is a development. We put what we have. You can still try it. You've seen it working with Douglas, but one of these compressors of Douglas has a built-in generative winding unit in it. That's why it works. That's why it says compressor A, and they're running with a capacitor compressor B. The compressor capacitor B or the other one has a generative winding in it. That's how it works. One generates, feeding the other one with a delay, it feeds the other. And you're tapping into it. Now you will replace it with the MAGRAV units. In fact, what we are doing now in innovation, we don't even use this. We don't even need a stacker unit. We don't need two stacker unit. We have brought the whole work into one stacker. We don't have this. This is gone in our process. This does not exist. This unit is gone. It's been modified because we understood how the system. That's why in Washington he could not bring it up and the compressor collapsed, because the coil winding of the generator of the compressor was not supported with the capacitor. He could not build it up. And I see the same problem in China. So what we've done, we got rid of this. This is not there anymore. We got rid of this at the moment. It's not there anymore. In the next few days, we will have a system which is self-sufficient on a solid state. But most of your problem at the moment is at the interface of here, because one feeds 110 to the other. The process is 100% the blue. There is nothing wrong with the blueprint, but understanding what's in each system, which is your problem. Yes?
May I ask a question?
Yes, who's speaking?
This is João Batista from Brazil.
Pardon?
João Batista from Brazil. You can call me John.
Okay, Joe from Brazil, yeah.
Well, my question is
How
about...
are you doing, by the way, with your no president?
Yes, a new president. Yes. Well,
the population kicked the woman out in one part of the world, and the population brought another woman in power in another part of the world this week.
Yes. My question is about the starter. I used a fish tank pump a little bigger than 400 gallons per hour. 400 gallons per hour is about 1,500 liters per hour. I use 2,000 liters per hour. This pump normally runs about 600 RPM if you connect in the grid. The motor I use connected to the pump runs about 2,900 RPM, a little bit lower. And I got only 38 volts in the output of the pump in alternate current. So my question is this enough to start the system? Because I am in the same stage of Mr. Fancy. I
don't think so. You need to reach 110. Actually, if you connect with the capacitor online without the coil, when you're in the background, or Douglas, no?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Kesh.
Yeah, you should see 110 volts coming out of your system. It's the winding in the motor which dictates your output and the speed of the rotation.
Yes, if I understand, my fish tank pump must show 110 volts in the output.
Yeah.
Okay. It's about the rotation, or my pump is wrong.
Yes, but are you using, it's just a note from Wernie in the background. Wernie, would you like to explain your nanomaterial, please?
Yes, from testing, these coils, when they charge, they simply charge and store energy in a form of magnetic fields. Then on the next cycle, when voltage get down, it discharges, but during this discharge, it discharges voltage, but this voltage is much greater than when this mag-grab charge during the charging phase. Now, during this activity of rising and falling, since we have nanomaterials on the surface of our coils on the mag-grab, rising, falling, and you already have these nanomaterials that are interacting, their fields are already interacting. When this rising and falling interacts with this, we have this plasma, we have this extra, we have this condition of energy release. So we get, in fact, this is the mag-grab that makes the whole system sustainable. The other parts there are just there to set the condition of charging and discharging, also working with the mag-grab that we get more. But there is no free here, but we simply make the condition of more field interaction happening. So more interaction, more energy. So both circuit, like let's say one compressor to the other, or the compressor two with respect to the maggrav, they are exchanging. They're just passing energy back and forth. But and doing this in an ordinary circuit without the nanomaterials, because of the resistance of the system, it will go down, 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 and it cannot sustain. But at superconductor environment, like what we have with nano-coated wires as our lines, yes, this is possible. We can sustain, and we can even get more. And over time, your circuit becomes more efficient with this setup.
Maybe I was not clear in my question. Listen, I'm talking
You see,
about...
let me, maybe I understood your question. Your pump is not producing 110.
Yes. Yes.
You have to look at your pump manufacturer manual, why is not producing it. Is your motor or connection of your pump? Because we have a 220 pump connected to 220, but we can't get more than 110 out of it. It's the winding of your manufacturer which decides the output of your system.
Yes, I will try another pump.
Just try. This is what we've seen. It's our experience. I can't tell you more than what we know.
And also, Mr. Kesh, if you cannot reach that RPM that makes the pump produce 110, you cannot get the 110. If you drive
Maybe
the
you have
pump,
to increase your RPM on your motor.
yes, if you drive the pump with 110, you get a certain RPM. What is that RPM? Get it.
The motor gave us 2,900 RPM.
Maybe you need to go higher.
The pump itself, when connected in the 110 volts in the grid, the pump itself runs about 3,600 RPM.
So you have to go to 3,600 to see if you reach 110.
Maybe. I will.
Maybe because we've seen this. Sorry about it. If you go to 5,000 to 8,000 RPM, you should see about 1,000 volt output between 600 to 1,002.
Very good. I will try it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Thank you, Bernie. Yes?
Yeah, it's Bob from China. And Mr. Fang has some other devices to show the ASIS system.
Okay, go ahead, please.
你可以展示了。
能听见我说话？
可以，你展示吧，你分享吧。
好的，稍等一下，我共享一下屏幕。
It's sharing。
能看见吗？
黑的，好，现在好了。
行，我得挪一下它。
Can you ask him, has he sorted out the vibration in his motors?
对吧？
他问你有没有解决好这个震动的问题，你的马达震动。
现在基本上解决的差不多了。
Yeah, almost. He said almost done.
Okay.
但是还有问题，刚刚旁边这一个球掉了，坏了，我先看看这个。
The ball on the
let me explain to people who are in the background 1 second. What you see with Mr. Hua gets directly controlled and reported to the Chinese government. So what you see is a lot of work which is becoming part of the Chinese government work. And this is part of the structure which they have set up. So you see a lot of developments here, but there is a lot of work backing from the Chinese government with the process here. Carry on.
现在这个理论的速度可能在4000转，3000到4000转，外面这个在1500转左右。
The inner core is about 4,000 RPM. The outer board is about 1,500 RPM.
Yeah, but he has to go to 10,000.
得要到达1万转以上。
要达到1万转吗？这么高的速度吗？
对的，他上次都说了要到7000转以上，上次都说了。
哦，那我们可能达不到，太高的速度就会有其他的问题，这个就会转动。现在还能听到我说话的声音吗？
能，
哦，我得用手扶着点。它是这样的，你问一下凯日先生，有这么一个现象，就是当我这些反应器启动的时候，我这个录像机就是这个摄像头，这个时间格有时候会停滞，就是画面停滞跳跃。比如说刚刚是22.07分是吧？10秒，然后它在长达20秒或30秒的时候，图像就没有变化，时间就也停止了。这是当摄像头对准这个反应器的时候才会有的一些现象。
好，那我问一下，Mr. Cash, he said when he used camera on it, the camera sometimes miss the frames. Yes, like miss some frames and the time is lagging, you know. So he's wondering why is this happening.
He is interfering with his camera, with his
Yeah, camera. He's the. 你说吧。
We've seen this before. If you listen to last week or the week before, Douglas tells you, for one instance, when it came to the lift, the camera hasn't recorded anything. It's the dimension which the camera doesn't pick up on the frame.
Yes.
Can you ask him something very interesting? Can we go to the beginning of this?
Beginning of this video?
Yeah, I want to see the beginning of this video now.
他让你退回去，对的，重新开始播放这个视频。
重新播放这个视频。
啊
Yeah, the beginning. The beginning.
对。
哎呀，
No.
刚刚你把水洒。
The beginning of this. Pardon?
好的，稍等一下。
One moment.
He's lost liquid.
他说你这个中间的液体少了一些，是不是？
Or is it?
不是，刚刚水从上面密封没密封好，它洒出来一些啊。
Oh yes, the water came out.
现在是里面的球在转，那个里面的球，里面有一组十字线圈，然后内核的球加的是氧化铜该丝、铅该丝，还有二氧化钛该丝。
The inner bowl is filled with copper oxide and lead gas.
This system is more stable than the one he had last week. Now he's going into a wobble.
Sì, questo dove fini? 31.
还可以再快点。
No, as long as you have this vibration, you will not be able to centralize the field.
他说只要这个还有在震动的话，它是无法那个集中这个场。
That's what I told him last week. The same. This change of centralization releases all the fields he builds. He has to be fully centralized.
它是要完全的那个不震动。
完全不震动，那个要非常高的精度呀。现在咱们做的这个精度都不够呀。
是啊。
就是这个必须是第一是不震动，第二是转速要达到
1万转以上，对，
是吧？哦。
You see where he's got these wires feeding into these motors. Once he gets his generator going and uses generator to feed these motors, he'll finally achieve totally different results.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Once he gets his generator going and feed these two motors with the generator, energy from the generator, he will get totally different results than the present what he shows with electric current.
他说你把
I explained this to the
发电机能启
innovations.
动的吗？
Sorry,
没
carry
听
on.
清楚啊，再说一遍。
没有，他说你把这个之后发电机能启动的话，你把这个东西接到你的，听得到吗？接到你的发电机输出，负载那里。他说会有很大不同的结果，这样。
相当于它给发电机那里有功能了，是吧？是这个意思。
我
明白。
估计是这样，我估计是。
对，这个他以前展示那个阿里克斯电池时候，旁边不是也放个反应器了吗？一个意思。
对，之前的能量单元旁边加个反应器也是，对。
对。
Yes, please。
我现在这反应器倒是挺多的，但是这个反应器现在它的这个强度都达不到开始先生说的，比如说移动呀，或者是这个给人治病啊，比如说这个绿洲卡，我本来是想拿它来给人治疗疾病的，治疗癌症的，就像那个演示的那个克劳斯他们做的那套系统一样，达到很高转速，然后产生的这个场来给人治病。请问你在这个方面就用这种系统给人治病方面，你再问给凯士先生。
Ms. Cash is asking if this kind of a device can heal people.
No, you cannot kill with this technology. That's
not kill, heal.
Heal, yes, but you have to get it right. His system is vibrating too much.
But he said it's very difficult to make the code that perfect. It's very hard to find that kind of material.
This vibration is releasing fields which he builds up. The Innovation Center does. We can find precision very easy with the motor setting. They're off-center, that's all it is.
他说还是要把这个弄标准，就是精度高。
Can you explain to Mr. Fangji that we will contact him in the next few days to explain to him how to get this fixed?
他之后他会私下联系你，告诉你怎么把这个搞那个
太好了，
好一点
感谢凯士先生。
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions or do we stop? It's been nearly 1:30. We've been going for nearly 4 hours plus.
Hello, Mr. Cash.
Yes.
Hi, this is Emilio from Taiwan.
Yes, Emilio.
China. I have two questions about the hybrid generator. One of them is I use a 6-volt and then a 12-volt motor to start the pump, but it cannot move. So I changed to a 100-volt motor, and I can still only get about 70 volts AC output. I cannot achieve 110. So I would like to know if there's any way around.
The speed of the rotation of your motor, which dictates. Try to increase the speed of motor.
Okay.
You need to reach about 5,000 to 7,000 RPM and 10,000 RPM with your motor.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay. And the second question I had was if, like right now, there's still normal electricity in the world. So what about if we use the wall plug, like the electricity from the wall, to start the system and then pull it out from the wall? Would that...
The idea is, you're very correct. The idea is you use your grid to trigger it off, and then you don't take it off the wall at the moment till we go on the free plasma condition. You literally take the fuse out of your fuse box with the government.
You mean if I do that, it would take the fuse box out?
Yep. You should take the fuse box out or take the fuse out, that there is no connection, the system should run. That's all the philosophy. The whole work is that your system become. This is what we asked. We're going to show this to run the first house with the generator.
Okay.
Hopefully soon we show you this. That the MAGRAV unit will be running with the appliances in the house.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Kish, I also have a question about Verni's plasma reactor he showed last time. I built one of these, but since it is in a static state, there's no rotation. So I don't know how to apply this reactor. Could you elaborate more on this, please?
This reactor is built up to what it is, what we see in the background to this. Can I share the screen, please, Rick? Okay, I've got it. The way we see it, and hopefully you will understand, is that this reactor, with the what you saw, with the 3 cells you're talking about, yeah, which creates fields.
Yes.
And what we see, because there's a development done in the innovation center some times ago. In the future, in the coming future, you create the reverse of this here, and you connect it to your appliance. Do you understand?
Yeah, so I would have to have a receiver in a way.
Yeah, the receiver is the receiver. This is what you need to create.
Ah, okay.
Good morning. Now you understand.
Thank you. I understand fully now.
Yeah. So what you have here, what you generate, you have to create the reverse of it. And in a way, it should become the size of a peanut system, that you receive what you need from the source and you create the loop. And because you're always weaker, you continuously get the supply from the center. This is the backbone of the wireless energy transfer. That's why with the power generators at the moment, because it takes time to implement this, a shortcut for us is to allow these hybrid generators, not the solid state generators, to come into operation. But in the coming weeks, more or less, this is what the target is. You detect it, yeah? Because you have to understand the philosophy and the principle behind it, and that is where the magnetic gravitational field is always in balance. So you're always on the weaker end.
Mm-hmm.
If magnetical is higher, gravitational is lower, and vice versa. If gravitational is higher, magnetical is lower. So in that process, you're always standing weak to take from both. And you have your MAGRAV system here. And we go by the mass in plasma, mass, not in weight mass.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So you're always a receiver. Tesla did this and nobody understood. But he used only the magnetical field. Here you have both gravitational and magnetical, so your power source is constantly the same. This is a zero, what do you call it, 0 point of reference, and you literally need 1 unit to supply the whole country. Very much is, if you go to my talks in the past, I say you need 1 satellite and you can supply everything which is needed.
Yes.
This is a wireless energy transfer. Some of you would understand it, but the Innovation Center has already developed a background to this that in time we can show it. Because if we release this now, nobody has it. It's meaningless, even though it's working. When he says 34 or 35 meter, the energy is constant at any point at this, where one magnetical is higher than the gravitational. But in the interaction with the fields, the energy transfer decides that it gets weaker and weaker, so it tries to provide more and more.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the beginning of the wireless transfer energy. All you need to do is the reverse and weaker that is connected. You have to create the balance. But then you need a system for you need a system for the house. In a way, what we do with the telephone communication, you have a satellite dish to receive the information. Now we can have a satellite dish to receive energy. You don't need a microwave unit if you look at it. This is how stars receive energy from the center point of their universe.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I said I explained when the intelligence there to understand. So we understand more, it's easier to work very rapid behind it. It's the same as I said earlier this morning. We can put one system to stop any viruses in one country or one village or one planet. It's all the same. Thank you very much. We'll call it the day for today. We're going to leave more than 4.5 hours.
Can I interrupt you? Can I ask one more question? Is Caroline?
Yes, Madame de Rosa, no.
Yes, I can. Because it's going to be very important if I understood everything correct.
Yes.
We are going to go in certain countries into the cold winter. I understood by what the test brought that CO2 gas does not freeze when they put it in the freezer, correct?
Depends on how pure your material is, yes.
Okay, it might be a very good idea for people when they go into these cold waves. Can they protect themselves by having or drinking Gans water not to get frostbites?
It depends, yes.
And maybe if they can't make Gans, can we offer them another alternative, like carrying an orange and use the oil? Would that have the same effect as with the cortisone?
No.
Not to create
No,
the crystals
it
of the
doesn't work.
ice?
No, it doesn't work that way. Partially it does, but that does not work because you have to still, it's still in the state of matter state.
I know, but can we teach people, if they can't make perfect ganses, can we add the oil of the orange or lemon or citrus fruit as you offered? Can we give them a help in a way if they can't produce perfect gans?
Yes, it can be done. But it's nothing to do with the cold. That is to do with the material reaction.
I know, but it's for the people which, you know, they don't have sufficient heating in the house, or they have to go on long walks, or they get stranded, that they carry it in their survival kit, that they don't get frostbite.
The only thing you need to carry is the CO2. Frostbite should stop. If you wear socks or material which carries CO2 gas in it, it should not get a frostbite because it balances the energy.
Okay, if people cannot carry the liquid, can we carry the powder? Would we have the same result?
More or less should do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, shall we call it a day this time?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tesh.
Thank you indeed. Those of you who travel to Rome, we wish you all the best because by this time next week you should be in Rome. Most probably we will not be there, and those who come, you're coming for the understanding more the process of the what we call work of the Universal Council. And some of you which come with the languages which are not, but you're coming to become a member of the council, then you will see the process and the way it works, and you will see the effect of it. We teach the Universal Council how to operate, to be able to reach, and the teaching of the council is in the background done whenever we get a chance to, for them to understand and see the effectiveness of their work. Because It's not that they wish and it will happen. It has to be in accordance with the wish of the totality of all the members. That all the members of this planet agree with the process. Does not matter what physicality shows. As we've seen, politicians who speak in two different languages, where it suits to ear of what and who. And we've seen that especially in past 48 hours. A politician who denied Mexicans, now in Mexico, calls them a friend and he relies on their work in these companies. The soul has not got two languages, understands only one. And this is the job of the members of the council for you to see. When you come to the council meeting, we have made sure that no council member carries any card that they are a council member. Their servitude and their devotion to serve humanity should stand out for the others to see who are the members. And this is what we said from the beginning. No member council carries a card, council of members. It's the process that we will see in the time to come, how the servitude to humanity as the soul of the man will change the soul of the planet, and this is their job. Thank you very much indeed for today. We'll speak next Thursday, and hopefully we go to the next step of development.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Kesh. Thank you, everybody, for participating.
Did I earn my money for today, Mr. Rick Hammond?
Yeah, I think so. After 4.5 hours, we'll give you double overtime for today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and that'll be the end of the 135th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, September 1st, 2016. Thank you, everybody, for attending, and those whose questions weren't answered today, perhaps we can have another go at it next week. And anybody who has any presentations they'd like to present, if they can run them through me or someone from or to the webmaster at Keshe Foundation, that would be fine. Okay, bye for now, and we'll end the live stream.